gift to all mankind is our concern to precious lives. With compassion we care and serve, here to pursue for excellence. International College of Surgeons, worthy of praise and emulation, we serve a health and noble mission, and exalt the dignity of the profession. We declare with sincerity that knowledge is patrimony, bequeathed to humanity, regardless of nationality. Our founder's dream is unaudible. We love and cherish this earnest law to accomplish and to uphold his mission throughout the world. International College of Surgeons, worthy of praise and emulation, we serve the health and noble mission, and exalt the dignity of the profession. International College of Surgeons, worthy of praise and emulation, we serve the health and noble mission, and exalt the dignity of the profession. Our torch will shine throughout the world, a flame of hope forevermore.
A blessed Yuletide season to all. I'm Dr. Patrick Cruz, Secretary of the International College of Surgeons Philippine Section, and I will be serving as your MC for the first ever online convention in the country, the 71st ICSPS Annual Convention. We are broadcasting live here at the Luxent Hotel in Timog Avenue, Quezon City. The idea of forming the ICS was born out of a meeting in 1948 between Dr. Gomercindo Garcia and an old friend, Dr. Max Torek, then the director of the American Hospital in Chicago, Illinois. Upon returning to the Philippines, Dr. Gomercindo set up the ICSPS along with the 18 founding members. We present to you the vision, mission, and the goals of the ICS Philippine section. We would like to recognize the past presidents who served under the International College of Surgeons Philippine section. We now present to you the 10 presidents of the local chapters of the ICSPS. Dr. Susie Polinas, North Luzon Chapter. Dr. Antonio Boado, Nueva Ecija Chapter. Dr. Adrian Kidlat, Batangas Laguna Chapter. Dr. Rosie Libutake, Iloilo Panay Chapter. Dr. Judith Borromeo, Pampanga Chapter. Dr. Mary Jane Bautista, Pangasinan Chapter. Dr. Gabriel Hinolan, Negros Occidental Chapter. Dr. Aurito Ampong, Northwestern Mindanao Chapter. Dr. Jude Jundis, Eastern Visayas Chapter. And finally, Dr. Joseph Acosta, Metro Manila Chapter. We would now give recognition to the hardworking organizing committee who put up the 71st ICSPS Annual Convention, starting with our President and Honorary Chair, Dr. Carlito Arenas, the overall chairman, the dashing Dr. Lauro San Jose, and of course, our Emeritus Scientific Program Committee Head, past BMA President, Dr. Maria Minerva Kalimag, and the rest of the organizing committee. Finally, I am proud to present to you the National Executive Council of the ICS Philippine Section. Our beloved President, Dr. Carlito V. Arenas. Our President-elect, Dr. Prudencio Z. Santa Lucia Jr. Our immediate past President, Dr. Gil M. Vicente. Our Vice President, Dr. Lauro San Jose. Yours truly as the Secretary, our trustworthy Treasurer, Dr. Albert Gironella. Our Regent, Dr. Paulo Roman Castro. And our two governors, Dr. Vicente Gatilao and Dr. Teresita Ortin Oliver. Again, this is Dr. Patrick Cruz, and I would like to thank the organizing committee and the Executive Council for always placing the trust in me to be able to host this kind of convention. To start things off, I would like to call on our beloved President, Dr. Carlito Arenas, to give his opening remarks.
COVID-free morning to everyone. Today is the 71st Annual Convention of the International College of Surgeons Philippine Section. Welcome to all participants, including those on the other parts of the world, Saudi Arabia, Hong Kong, Singapore, Indonesia, India, Nigeria, and the United States of America. I'd like to congratulate the organizing committee and those who made this annual convention possible. At this point, we acknowledge our sponsors for their unwavering support to the cause and programs of the Philippine section. To our distinct speakers, thank you for accepting our invitation, for you to share your expertise and the new trends in surgery on the road to COVID recovery. To our chapter presidents, thank you for hanging on, providing the much-needed leadership during the communication lull due to COVID restrictions. Lastly, we mourn for the passing away of a dear friend, Dr. Ernie Acosta, whose priceless contribution to ICS Philippine section, ICS world, and to the field of surgery in general will always be remembered. Likewise, our condolences to the grieving family of Dr. Arturo Ampong, who died recently. Dr. Ampong organized and became the first president of the Mindanao chapter. The passing away of these two great people, a huge loss to the Philippine section. Almost a year has passed. There is still an exponential rise of the coronavirus cases. This simply means the COVID virus is here to stay and be a part of our everyday life. Like humans, they too are residents of the world, and we just have to live and coexist with them. Accustom but constantly be aware of their presence without putting our guards down. For the virus are not here only to hurt us, but to take away the world from us. Let us accept the reality that even the most advanced digital know-how today failed to contain the virus, rather left us alone with the crudest weapons our forefathers already knew during the early pandemics. The pandemic claimed millions of lives, especially the aged and the vulnerable, but also without regards to the rich and the famous, nor to the high and the mighty. Research institution has to discover the first vaccine, and many claim to have developed vaccines with 90% accuracy in terms of safety and efficacy. This is an inspiring development, a relief in this moment of anxiety, and a good sense of hope. Authorities, however, are still skeptic that the new vaccines are produced inappropriately due to time constraint. They still have to pass clinically and transparently before being introduced for worldwide use. And when that day comes, it will be a day of universal jubilation, a newfound freedom for all. But a bigger question lies ahead. after coronavirus, are we free from future pandemics? The answer is in our hands today. It is said, now is our moment for action, the most urgent of times and the most urgent of messages. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arenas. And now to deliver his message all the way from Greece, we have the President of the International College of Surgeons World, Professor George Choulfas.
Dear friends, it's a great pleasure for me to offer this welcoming message to the 71st Virtual Annual Convention of the Philippine International College of Surgeons section. Unfortunately, I cannot be here with you because of the pandemic that we're all facing, but it's circumstances like this that make your meeting even more important. It is essential for the world to see the ongoing medical and surgical activities, especially of sections as active and as important as the Philippines one. Throughout the years, you have been a crucial and critical section of the International College, and with your ongoing activity, your yearly congresses, your participation in the World Congresses, and your global presence for global surgery, you continue to set the example. I want to wish you every success, for which I'm certain, for the meeting, but most importantly, health to you and your families. Stay safe, and hopefully next time we can all be together. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat all the way from the Philippines, Professor Choulfas. Now can I ask a few moments of silence for one of the pillars of the ICSPS? The International College of Surgeons, Philippine Section, would like to thank and salute you for all of your wonderful and progressive accomplishments that benefited the members of the organization. We will miss the kind of humor that always initiate laughter, the leadership that indicated strength in character, and the reassuring smile that keeps our friendship endearing and everlasting. Our endless thanks, Dr. Ernesto G. Acosta. Salute. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone that we have a Q&A box for your questions, and we will be selecting the questions to the speakers. We would also like to remind everyone that this is recorded. He graduated from the UP Manila with a degree of Doctor in Medicine, cum laude. He had his training in emergency preparedness and crisis management in the University of Geneva. His PRC resume of resource person goes 5 to 6 pages long. He is currently a special advisor of the IATF COVID-19 Task Force, Chief of Trauma of the Department of Surgery of the PGH, and was the DOH Undersecretary from 2010 to 2015. Here to talk on the WHO Surgery Safety Checklist, Challenges in Implementation, it is indeed a pleasure to give you Dr. Teodoro Herbosa.
Good morning to everyone. Indeed, I'm very happy to be invited to speak before the International College of Surgeons Philippine chapter. I'd like to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic response team, a response of the government. These are some of my disclosures and conflicts of interest. As my outline, I am going to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic and how hospitals in the Philippines responded. I will then talk about the government's response from National Action Plan Phase 1, Phase 2 to Phase 3, and talk about the new consequences of this new normal, to a little bit about the vaccine and the vaccine roadmap for the Philippines, and talk a little bit lastly about futures thinking for the Philippines. In December of 2019, the first cases were detected in China by the World Health Organization. It was a mysterious flu-like illness in Wuhan, in the central China's Hubei province of about 11 million people. There was a strict military lockdown and everybody was quarantined and contact tracing happened. So it was in WHO got the report and they sent experts to China which confirmed that it was indeed a mysterious new illness caused by a new virus. By by early January, the Chinese government and scientists released the genetic data or the complete genome sequence of the virus causing the illness, the mysterious illness. By late January, what happened was the international health regulations met and the emergency committee, and they declared what was called a public health emergency of international concern. This is like a typhoon signal wherein telling the world that a pandemic might happen and that all countries should start to prepare regarding this particular period. And soon enough, by March, the World Health Organization, although late, because CNN earlier in February had been calling it already a pandemic. By March 11, they declared it a pandemic, and they declared that it was already in 3 continents of the globe. And true enough, the following day, March 12, the president declared a lockdown of metropolitan Manila and the island of Luzon and several other places. We heard of the news of several of our doctor colleagues that had died because they were exposed to COVID patients in the different private hospitals that were initially seeing the COVID patients. These are to honor some of my classmates and professors who were victims of COVID-19. So early on, the Philippine General Hospital was asked by the private hospitals, which were then getting full in late March, so that the government hospital can support in the capacity for the overflow of many pneumonia cases. So we took that challenge and created a setup to reform PGH into a COVID referral hospital. So this created simulation training, establishment of a command center, making people lead in operations, services, in logistics, and administration, planning, and finance. It was an incredible journey to be able to identify the things needed for this particular response. And let me just go through some of them. The challenges included availability of PPEs, facilitation of special procedures that were very risky, like endotracheal intubation, ventilatory support, understanding ARDS, and of course the stress and the availability of doctors for teamwork, and we needed some creativity and response. This is a feature of the Washington Post, wherein a journalist covered our young doctors that were in the front lines at that time as the Philippines prepared to fight against coronavirus. And the first thing we learned is what PPEs to wear. So we classified the PPEs, and be able to use them in a specific area or zone of the hospital. We also provided the high-level PPEs, and this idea of classifying them is that you do not over PPE yourself, because if you over PPE yourself, those that really need it will have a short supply. So it's very important that you wear the appropriate PPE for the area of the hospital that you are actually working in. We also learned about the fit test of the N95, wherein we would spray something inside this hood so that people will know that it is a tightly sealed N95 mask that is already fitting their face, because not everyone's face fit the different commercial brands. So once you found your specific N95, make sure to keep that, and that's the type of mask you would wear in the COVID wards. So we also identified and classified who would be close contact if you're not wearing your mask, if you were exposed, etc. These were some of the studies initially to show that level 2 PPE would still give you exposure at the wrist, at the neck, because of the aerosolization of some of the droplets. We learned early on that we need to have teamwork. There you can see here a coach that would actually tell them to slow down and remove different parts of their gown during doffing and during donning. So time management is very important. Being able to do the many steps that were all new at that time for many of our doctors. Some tried to be inventive and tried to do homemade PPEs, MacGyver, ventilator stuff, but we actually discarded all of them because we had issues on how to decontaminate them and how to re-sterilize them after use. We had engineering designs as well. We converted the hospital. One half of the hospital was for COVID positive patients, and the other half were for non-COVID patients. At the front of the COVID wards, there was a guide to donning. There was an assistant that would help them put on and don their PPEs, complete with face shield, face mask, and N95 mask, and would even write their name so that they could identify themselves when they are inside the COVID ward. We also used and tried the acrylic boxes for procedures that would protect the health worker so that they wouldn't be exposed to the high viral load of this pneumonia coughing patients. Eventually, we discovered that this acrylic was more cumbersome, and we actually allocated them for the lounge where people would eat together, because in the beginning, our doctors were getting infected, and the source of infection was in the lounge as they ate together and talked together. So we put this acrylic boxes eventually for protection. What we purchased were video laryngoscopes to make sure that the doctor is not exposed during that time that they were intubating the patient. Of course, training is very important. Simulation training was very key, wherein people would go through this in motion so it becomes muscle memory, and they came in pairs so that they would always have assistants looking at each other. Sometimes elastic bands break, the face gets broken, so there is a leak, and they are the ones that eventually get tested. So we had several changes in the policy. We had to create environments that were safe for our staff and our physicians, who would go on duty, who was high risk, who was low risk. The other concern was, should we do mass testing regularly of the personnel? So in June, we decided to test all 4,000 plus employees of the hospital. And it took us the whole of June, 1 month, to test everybody weekly. And what we found out that there was a very low positive rate at 1.4% only. And we said, this is probably not the way to go, because it is, if we continue to do that with a low positivity rate, we would be too expensive, and we would be doing nothing but just testing each other the whole time. So we would be removed from our other functions of taking care of patients. What was important was to support the staff in terms of mental health, psychological processing, and stress debriefing. We also use telemedicine as an important part of protection and decreasing the use of PPEs, and was more comfortable for many doctors, especially for the senior ones. So we had the Telekamusta program from our bayanihan. Our young interns and residents would man these computer stations and phone calls and talk to patients who were thinking of consulting at the Philippine General Hospital. We also changed our model of education and conferences and training through this video format, and we ended up with all meetings held on video format as well, without face-to-face. So our lives completely changed by March and April. At the University of the Philippines, I started a UP COVID-19 pandemic response team at the UP Resilience Institute, our disaster institute, where I had plenty of experts and scientists in communications, in bioinformatics, in statistics, and even in mass media. So we looked together at the framework, and our framework involved being able to have credibility of the scientists, the trust to be able to communicate and effectively provide information to the government. So we looked at 3 goals. The first goal was to provide technical guidance for planning by the government. Number 2 was to develop knowledge products that would further influence the way people behave. And number 3, identify policy gaps and propose solutions. We wrote policy papers, several policy papers for the government to use. We also created a website, a web portal, the ncov.ph portal, wherein we did analytics. We showed the graphs, we showed reproductive numbers, we showed locality, we showed maps or geospatial mapping for people to understand what was happening at that crazy time of the start of the pandemic. So these are the cases in Metro Manila, as the darker colors showed where the cases were mostly at. By late March, I was invited by Secretary Galvez to be an advisor to the National Task Force. And one of the first things we looked at was the policy on universal masking. At that time, if you remember, DOH and WHO was refraining people from wearing masks. They said the mask is only for the hospital. But when we reviewed the countries that were using face masks, these were the countries that were affected by SARS: Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, Korea. They had a universal mask policy, including Taiwan. And they had this type of epidemic curves, which are very low compared to the UK, Italy, France, Germany, Spain, US, which had all by high transmission because they weren't wearing masks. This is a paper published by Sirleaf and Punjabi in March, and it talked about 5 important lessons they learned from the Ebola experience. Lesson number 1, slow down the virus, take swift action to temporarily ban public gatherings, close schools, and ask your residents to stay home. We did the community quarantine and closed all classes and mass gathering events. Number 2, test, and test. Rapidly scale up testing and bring it as close as possible to your residence home. So we provided in February and January, we were sending our samples to Australia. By March, we had our own test at RITM, but it's only 200 a day. By April, we had about 10,000 tests a day from different molecular labs hurriedly put up in different parts of Metro Manila. Number 3, protect the healthcare workers who provide care for the sick. Number 4, repurpose arms of government, including the military. Very important to use the uniform services because they have the logistics, the planes, the ships, and the manpower to move people and move supplies and provide this assistance to a pandemic response. It cannot be the health department only. You will really need to use the uniform services and all their logistics. It's like mounting a war against the virus. Number 5, plan for recovery by focusing on those affected by the pandemic's economic blow, which is exactly the program on phase 3. Very important are the different footprints of who were affected. The first wave of people affected were the people who traveled and died. These were elderly people, high-risk people who had pneumonia and then died, including some of our doctor friends. They had a long tail because if they were in the critical care, it took them weeks before they were actually discharged from the hospital. The second wave were actually the patients that were non-COVID that were denied entry to the hospitals, elective surgery, cancer patients, dialysis patients, and many other cases that were refused admission because of the pandemic. The third wave were the chronic illnesses like diabetes, hypertension, and all these cases couldn't consult their doctors because the clinics were closed and needed to refill their prescriptions or needed monitoring. Some of them got worse and ended up in an emergency department. And lastly, of course, is the fourth wave, the psychosocial effects of this pandemic and the lockdowns that we imposed. Burnout among the healthcare professionals, psychiatric trauma, mental illness, depression, anxiety, and even the economic loss or economic injury of being unable to provide for your own family because of the lockdown. So we expanded our testing and created more molecular laboratories with biosafety level 2 category, which ended up with increasing our testing capacity. Part of our national action plan was to test. And the target at that time was to test 1 million people by the end of May. And at that time, we were only testing 2,500 per day. We needed to reach 30,000 to be able to test the 1 million by the end of May. We never reached that. We reached 1 million, I think, sometime in July already, 2 months later. Today, we have about 150 molecular laboratories, and about a big portion of that, about 30 of them are gene expert, and the rest are PCR machines. So these are the ones providing about 35,000 to 37,000 tests a day. At the time when the pandemic was at its peak in Metro Manila, our backlog for testing was anywhere from 5 to 7 days, even 10 days for some molecular laboratories that were very busy. So we needed to improve efficiency. So today we still target to have 10 million or 10% of the population to be all tested by June of 2021. So with expanded testing, we're able to identify the cases. We are able to actually isolate them. It is important to have testing because with testing, you can have surveillance testing at the ports, at the entry points. You can have viral testing of those that have symptoms in the hospital. And those that have recovered, you can do your antibody or immunity testing. And then for close contacts, you have to also do testing for close contacts, asymptomatics. And you have to increase efficiency by decreasing the backlog of cases. This is the only way to keep the economy going if you are able to have testing capacity. This is our national action plan, patterned after the Korean model of test, trace, and treat, or the T3 management system. We had several pillars. Our prevention mode, which is hand washing, face mask, and distancing. And our testing, PCR testing, together with contact tracing. Our isolation and quarantine through the big facilities. Our treatment through the hospitals, through the COVID hospitals, and our reintegration. Next, it's very important to look at leadership and governance as the health system is severely affected by this pandemic. Very important that we are able to address the pandemic with a health system that is struggling. In a model of a health system, it clearly looks like very efficient to have a family go to a health center, to the district hospital, and to the medical center. But in reality, this actually doesn't happen because the family knows there is no doctor in the health center, so they'll go straight to either the district hospital, or worse, when they know there is no capacity here because they're always referred anyway, they go straight to the medical center. But when they get there, they find out it is full of patients in the ER. They end up going to the private hospitals instead, even if they don't have the financial capacity to pay for them. So they end up going there. So it's all very messy and uncontrolled. What we want is really a partnership that is efficient. And this is where we actually went to with this COVID-19, with the sharing of the cases between the private and the public sector. We would be able to provide a more efficient control of the disease in our cases. So the National Action Plan, as it's phase 3, looks at the strategy of making sure that the case fatality rate is low, that the average daily attack rate of new cases is low, and that the public health measures are being done. Surveillance, prevention measures are all being done. Also, we know that the healthcare utilization is low, that there are no new cases happening to overload the hospitals and the ICUs, and be able to move the economy by making sure that the economic aspects are also addressed by the government's response. So it's important in the key messages is really to slow down the disease, to address all the important data, make the health system increase in capacity through its surge capacity through Oplan Kalinga and other sources. And number 3, making sure there is reliable data for all of us. These are some of the support efforts we did. This is a dormitory, off-site dormitory at the Quezon Memorial Circle provided for the different hospitals around Quezon City, which is the Heart Center, the East Avenue, the Kidney Center, the Lung Center, and the Philippine Children's Medical Center. So you can see a facility that was built in 30 days by the DPWH through the IATF. You can see the double-decker bed with a bath in the bedroom. We have a living room, and you can see the rooms are in the different doors. And behind the TV, you will have a dining table and a kitchenette. Today, we look at how the COVID-19 really exposed us in terms of our commitment for universal health coverage. It is very important, as I said earlier, that we address the health system. And it is clear that it is important that although prevention is important, we saw that investing in the Apex Hospital and a multi-specialty hospital with a critical care unit is very important when we are hit with a pandemic like COVID-19. The importance also of the healthcare provider network, that they are working in unison in a hub and spokes model, with the hub being the Apex Hospital and the spokes being the healthcare providers and the primary care network. So this is where we lack. This is a very big gap. We have very poor primary care in many parts of the island, so that if those islands got an infection of an inoculation of the virus, that would be catastrophic in terms of the pandemic that is created there and very high mortality. So this is the other infrastructure gap that we have. Our hospital bed to population ratio is a measly 1.2 per 1,000 population. The WHO minimum standard for a so-so health system is about 3 beds per 1,000. And you have countries like Japan, 4.1, the US, 3.5, whereas the Philippines is in a low 1.2. We have to triple our whole healthcare system. But if you triple the infrastructure, you'll also need the manpower, the doctors and the nurses, to take care of them. Again, you may have the building, but if you don't have the technology to diagnose pneumonia, you also have problems. So you need the CT scan, X-ray, MRI, ultrasound to actually support our patients in the critical care units. So this is universal healthcare as need to be implemented. And in the Philippines, although we had a infrastructure gap, health human resource gap, I still think we were able to contain the virus because we only have about 400,000 cases for a population of 100 million. We only have about 8,000 deaths for a population of 100 million, for a case fatality rate of below 2 or 1.7% case fatality rate, which is actually pretty good compared to what's happening, let's say, in the US, in Italy, in Spain, and in Europe. The other thing I learned during this whole process is that seeing those LGUs that were affected with outbreaks was very important. Secretary Galvez, over here on the lower right, brought me through military planes to visit these specific areas and understand really how the health system and how the LGU were battling. Many things are not said by the data. So data isn't everything. Many things you can get by talking to people. It's the same way as handling a surgical patient. If you don't see the patient at all, you cannot just depend on the CBC and the chest X-ray on what to do with the patient. You'd have to examine the patient and see the patient up close. This is the government's National Action Plan. By phase 2, the strategy of the government was prevention and containment, making sure that the virus does not spread more like what happened in the United States. So we emphasize on the PDITR strategy: prevent, detect, isolate, treat, and reintegrate. Prevent mode, you have the BIDA solution: bawal ang walang mask, isanitize ang mga kamay, dumistansya sa mga tao, at alamin ang katotohanan, at huwag magkalat ng fake news. Sa detect, meron tayong active disease surveillance by aggressive contact tracing, aggressive expanded community testing. At meron tayong Oplan Kalinga to isolate the people that turn out positive from the testing and support the hospitals with the surge capacity by bringing the mild and asymptomatic cases in the isolation facilities. Whereas in the treatment in the hospitals, we have the one hospital command, which is efficient use of our bed capacity and critical care units. And of course, we integrate the people. So we've learned a lot that over the past 10 months to make sure that the solution for the pandemic is actually solidarity. That means everyone, whole of government, whole of population, whole of community works together with one goal. So we decided to actually put the onus on the community or the local government, and we created what was called as the Operation List of Protocols with the DILG. This is basically a checklist or a manual or a cookbook that will teach mayors and local chief executives, governors, how to run the pandemic. So this is their playbook composed of 3 chapters, which is the community-based response, the implementation of the COVID-19, and the PDITR strategy. And there is a checklist at the end in chapter 3. So you have to identify which part of the strategy your targets are still weak, and you increase that and improve that so that you can have the standard proven way. And this works all the time, every time the communities support it. The next part was a discussion on whether we open up the economy by opening up the trains. But several people wanted to keep the 1 meter distance even inside the train. But if you look at the studies in Europe, it said, WHO in Europe said, to the extent possible, keep the distance of at least 1 meter from other passengers when purchasing the tickets, when waiting to board the public transport, and moving around the public station. They didn't say keep the 1 meter inside. And true enough, in Japan, if you look at the pictures, people would sit 1 to 2 meters apart, but inside the train, they would not talk, they would not speak on their cell phones. They wore masks, but they were shoulder to shoulder and not 1 meter apart. So we developed, together with some health experts, an advisory to the IATF to implement the 7 commandments on public transport to make sure that the transmission would be low. Wearing the face mask, the face shield, no talking and eating while riding the train. Adequate ventilation means even if it's air conditioned, if it stops in a station and the doors open, there is adequate exchange of air. Disinfection of the end of the line, the handrails and the floors are all disinfected seriously. No symptomatic passengers, and physical distancing whenever possible. The other thing that came up recently is the availability of a rapid antigen test. There are several in the market, but the DOH continued to deny its use for asymptomatic patients and saying that it is most accurate in symptomatic patients and cannot be used for border control, and the PCR is still a better test and it should be used together with the PCR. The other thing we have is the model of the prevention, which I think is still the most important. We have been able to decrease the transmission by prevention alone, by wearing face masks, by everyone, not going on mass gathering events, etc. And in places where there is a sudden increase of cases, we do aggressive testing. So we go there with our swabbers and test the people. We do active contact tracing of anyone that turns positive. We look for 37 of their contacts within 24 hours so that they can all be tested, quarantined, and isolated. This was the mega swabbing that was done in Nabotas, wherein we get all the people of Nabotas, which is a very highly dense urban center, one of the most dense in the world. And we immediately broke the outbreak there by doing this mega swabbing facility, wherein people would fill up their case investigation file with their contacts for the past 7 days, so that if they tested positive by the following day, all their contacts were brought again here and tested again. And everyone that was positive was brought to different facilities. At that time, many of the facilities had been built, but for the case of Nabotas, we had to put them all the way up to Clark in the Southeast Asian Games place, and also in the Philippine Arena, and also in cities like Pasay and Manila to isolate them. This became very effective. These were those facilities for isolation, the PICC, the World Trade Center, several Coliseum, etc. This is the One Hospital Command at the MMDA, which is basically an emergency operation center for the 50 hospitals of Metro Manila. Let me now talk a little bit about vaccines, because this is the game changer and the hope of many to be able to return as much as possible to the old normal. These are the 4 types of candidate vaccines. We have the live attenuated, inactivated virus, the subunit or the S protein, and the RNA vaccines. There are about, I think now, about 18 vaccines on phase 3. And we're looking at 4 vaccines that would help us. So you can see the categorization of majority are the RNA vaccines and the subunit vaccines or the S protein, and some of are the inactivated viruses. Some are partnerships between academia like AstraZeneca and Oxford. Then some are partnerships of 2 companies like Pfizer and BioNTech. And they are in different phases. They are neck and neck in terms of the case. You have the Chinese Sinovac and Sinopharm, which are also on phase 3 and being used a lot in China. I think Turkey has also ordered some of the Chinese vaccine. Pfizer has been used by UK already within this week. And these are the different types. You can see that the 2 are mRNA. The AstraZeneca is a viral vector using an adenovirus from chimpanzee, where they attach the S protein, to that particular virus, and then the Gamaleya Sputnik 5 is also an adenovirus-based vaccine. This is a long process. This has been shortened so much that I fear that some of the steps may have been, done hastily. But we do hope that none of the steps were skipped. And the road to vaccination is still a long one, even for the Philippines, because of logistics and supply management of the cold chain, the liquid banks, and how to cooling warehouses and cooling trucks and buses to be able to deploy all these freezer items. And very important in a vaccination model, the vaccines may be available, but you must have the acceptability by the people, the social processes, the motivation to get the vaccine, and of course the whole program. So it's the vaccination program that actually will help decrease diseases. So these are some of the fears of the people in a survey, and majority of them, even in the US, fear the side effects of these new vaccines. Then there's also the problem of cost for middle-income countries like us with large population. How much would it cost us to vaccinate a whole population to have a herd immunity? And of course, it's very secret because the orders, many countries of the rich countries have ordered their vaccines. So our production will be after their supply is delivered. So we're definitely either middle of next year or late next year before we get our own supply and orders, as the first ones who have paid already and pre-ordered will get their supply first. Again, there's a lot of concern about the side effects because these are new vaccines. The mRNA vaccines are, although they've been in studies and experiments for a long time, it has never been used in a massive scale to what we will do for this COVID-19. We come in the Philippines from a period of vaccine hesitancy because of our problem with Dengvaxia, wherein the proponents are now indicted and a court case is actually ongoing. And of course, the biggest problem will be distributing these vaccines to the people. Lastly, I'd like to talk about how this pandemic has affected all of us. And I'll correlate it with deforestation, sustainability, zoonotic diseases, climate change, etc. If you look at the epidemic curve, the flatten the curve model, you see many people dying if it is left unabated. The people with the virus and other people will also die because the capacity of the health system is breached. By keeping it low, the health system is able to adapt and save more lives. Maybe we should look at the Earth this way, because the Earth can only take a certain number of people, and at a certain point above its capacity, we will stress the Earth as we provide protein and energy to the people that live there. So maybe it's about time to think of sustainability in the same way we think of the pandemic. This is a picture of deforestation, and as you know, majority of the latest epidemics and pandemics that came out were all zoonotic diseases. As we break down the forest, we create climate change with CO2 production brought about by eating of meat, grazing of cows, and motor vehicles. They provide already 40% of the carbon. And if we are able to decrease this, we can have a more stable climate and lesser global warming. And this is because of the demand of the large population of people. We have a demand for protein and meat. And we cut down trees to have grazing land for this cattle. And we stress out the earth. We stress out the capacity of the earth. And we end up with more global warming, more climate change, more stronger typhoons and flooding in our islands. And then we get exposed to the viruses in the forest. And if only the trees could speak when we're alive today, they won't be able to survive in this climate if we are not sustainable. So what is important is we understand that in this crisis, we need to be able to become sustainable with the earth we live in. If you look at this picture, the earth has experienced its largest record of decrease in CO2 production or carbon dioxide emission. because of the pandemic, because of the lockdown. This is one good thing that has happened, how clear the skies are. Now, the question I ask is, are we going back to the traffic and the CO2 emission that we used to have prior to the pandemic? Should it really be a new normal that we can all heal us now? Maraming salamat po at thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ted Herbosa, for that very comprehensive and evidence-based lecture. I am really a fan. Now, I think Dr. Herbosa has already answered all questions in the chat box. I have but one question. Dr. Herbosa, are you there? There's a
Yes,
question
I'm
from
here.
Dr. Rod de Mesa. Pandemic happened in the past where morbidity, mortality, economic, peace development, etc. were affected locally and globally. Prior to our COVID-19 pandemic, does the Philippine government have a national government plan for a pandemic? And if so, what agency handles this, sir? The DOH, the DND, or the Office of the Civil Defense?
Thank you for that question. Actually, when I was Undersecretary of Health, we were required by the WHO to produce what was called the influenza pandemic plan. So we actually wrote a pandemic plan and we submitted it to WHO. In fact, in the beginning of my meetings with IATF, I actually told Secretary Nograles that there was such an existing plan. And true enough, when he called Secretary Yusek Berhere, they said, yes, you are just waiting for the OCD to also roll it out. So naghihintayan pala. And eventually, this formation of the IATF-EID, Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases, is actually part of that pandemic plan. So it's actually in that pandemic plan. What we did, even when we did that, I was told by Celia Carlos at that time that we needed more molecular labs for viral testing in case a flu pandemic happened. And we actually proposed to Secretary On at that time a national and regional chain of viral laboratories, which is the PCR lab that we hurriedly made. And it was so expensive. At that time, Secretary On said, there are many other problems. Let's do that some other time. So the onus was on implementing universal health coverage first, making sure the poor have access to healthcare and everything. But we saw how that happened because we saw the countries around us, those that were affected by SARS, invested in viral testing and molecular labs, invested in manufacture of face masks. So they were able to handle their crisis. Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, all were affected by SARS heavily. So I think that's the lesson here, no? You really have to be prepared. You really have to look at what you need. Even the planning, if you don't plan, you're going to really fail. And I think this is where the US is probably getting problematic because they politicize the issue of face masks and politicize the issue of the pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. Herbosa. I think Dr. De Mesa has a follow-up question, but I think you partially answered that. But just to give out the question, in the future pandemic, what do we have in our government, at least in paper, on acting against pandemic and its resiliency? And what agency would be involved to manage this whole of the nation approach?
Okay,
Dr.
so there
Herbosa.
are two bills currently now in Congress. The first bill is creation of a CDC-like agency, so like the Centers for Disease Control, that is in charge of surveillance and studies and scientific innovation to be able to battle future pandemics or emerging infections. I'm all for that, the creation of a CDC agency. The second one is a virology center. They are now looking at building, RITM isn't enough. We should have virology centers and laboratories in several parts of the Philippines. So I think with the, naman that our past pandemics has been the avian influenza, the African swine fever, we had MERS-CoV. So actually, we really need those virology centers in different parts of the country. So I think those are the investments that the country will need. The problem is, do we have the economy and the money to build those expensive centers? And if we do we have enough scientists that are not pirated to higher pay abroad to be able, because all other countries will be building virology centers and PCR labs. So we do have hope that we can keep our brains in the Philippines and pay them good money. Back to you.
And with that, we thank you, Dr. Herbosa. We learned a lot. I'm sure all of you will agree that we learned a lot this afternoon, and we are very honored to have you, and we would still like to have you in future conventions. Maraming salamat, and we will be sending you your certificate, Dr. Herbosa. Thank you on behalf of the ICSPS.
Thank you. The honor is mine. Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next speaker. I think our next speaker does not need any further introduction. She graduated Beni Meritus from the Pontifical University of the Philippines, the University of Santo Tomas, Faculty of Medicine and Surgery, where she also serves as one of the professors, by the way. She is a past president of everything from the Manila Medical Society, the Philippine Society of Anesthesiology, and of course, the past president of the PMA. She is indeed one of our own, and we are very proud of her. To lecture on culture change, a safety imperative in healthcare organization, it gives me great pride to present to you Dr. Maria Minerva Kalimag.
This is the what do you call this? The outline of my talk. So first, we discuss the culture crisis. Where are we? And so culture is actually the way we think, act, and interact. The study of culture is actually part of many masters in health administration courses. And why is that? Because a substantial barrier actually, especially for us in the surgical field, to patient safety is a dysfunctional culture rooted in widespread disrespect. Some of us do not actually see it, but it's going deep within the system. If we look at how many residents, for example, get out of our programs, this is the first thing that we ought to understand. How do, for example, seniors look at their juniors, especially the first year residents? No? So remember that disrespect inhibits collegiality and cooperation, which is essential to teamwork. It cuts off communication, undermines morale, and inhibits compliance with and implementation of new practices. Here, mutual disrespect can actually cause an emotional tug of war. No? It includes, for example, disruptive behavior, which includes disrespectful language, demeaning comments and behavior. There can be sexual innuendos, outbursts, and throwing of instruments. It's a good thing we don't see this anymore, no? But sometimes there are still those innuendos where you criticize staff, for example, in front of patients, give negative comments about physician care, inappropriate chart notes, unethical or dishonest behavior. So in the early 2000s, Joint Commission for Healthcare Organizations studied adverse events during a 10-year period and discovered that communication failure is the #1 cause for medication errors, delay in treatment, and surgeries at the wrong site. And that is the reason why we have now the surgical safety checklist, wherein the anesthesiologist signs in, the surgical team declares a timeout, and the nurse signs out after surgery. In a now classic 1986 study at the Washington, D.C., breakdown in communication between nurses and physicians was the single most factor correlated in increased mortality in hospital, especially in the intensive care unit. And why is that? Because patients no? When they're sick, no? And the nurses need to refer to the physicians, no? They're reluctant to call physicians, and the fear of confrontation and concerns about retaliation is there. In another study, 17% could name a specific adverse event that occurred as a result of disrespectful behavior. Sometimes the conversation gets out of hand, and the conversation is no longer about the patient and his condition, and we enter a clash of egos, which can take up mental energy and focus away from the patient's needed care. Australian researchers reported a shocking find where a vast majority of errors, about 70 to 80%, are actually related to interactions within the healthcare teams. So in a system dependent on hierarchy, it works like this. When anger and intimidation flow down, information stops flowing up. Somebody has to recognize that there is something wrong. Sometimes it is a second year medical or surgical resident, for example, or a third year surgical resident, for example, who will call the attention of a second year resident lambasting a first year resident in the ER, for example. No? So somebody has to recognize that there's something going on and do changes. This is another article from a Harvard Medical School student, said that medical disrespect is ubiquitous and bullying doctors are not just unpleasant, they are dangerous. So can we change the culture of intimidation in our hospitals? But why does it thrive? Because bullies have ripple effects. Medical students mimic the behavior of residents who mimic the behavior of attending physicians until a problem with attitude can extend from a few people to an entrenched culture.
The sound of this tone, simply because everyone else is. You might be thinking you'd never go along with this. Or would you?
This is actually a social experiment.
After just 3 beeps, and without knowing why she's doing it, this woman is now conforming perfectly to the group. But what happens if we take the group away?
Elaine, please.
Okay, now she's alone. The crowd is gone and nobody is watching her except
Oops. Sorry.
the sound of this tone, simply because everyone is gone and nobody is watching her except our hidden cameras. What do you think she'll do?
So you know now she will stand up even if she's alone. And that's what we want to stop, no? Because many in medicine actually actively protect the culture of disrespect because they hold the fundamentally flawed idea that when you exhibit harshness, it creates a perception of competence. So we have to be aware of this, no? Now let us look at this. This is the other victim. If something goes wrong in our healthcare system, if there are errors that happen, the first victim is actually the patient. The other victim, and the second victim, is actually the healthcare professional. And we have seen how some actually developed psychological imbalance after undergoing an event, an adverse event. No? So the next is patient safety culture. So the secret of change is to focus all of your energy not in fighting the old one, but on building a new culture. So we should take note of this. And agility is key. No, we cannot start to slowly metamorphose if there are problems that we see, and this is one problem that we are we want to address, we should be agile in making the change. Patient safety is our goal, and we should focus on it. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. No, this is a famous quote from legendary management consultant Peter Drucker. And he didn't mean that strategy was unimportant, rather that powerful and empowering culture was a surer way to organizational success. This is the iceberg theory of change. No? We should look at the processes and the structures that we have in place. And at the bottommost is actually the culture and the commitment of those who are in charge of policy to make things better for all. So when we want culture change, we should recognize the problem, recognize the need to correct, recognize the need to resolve, change mindset and be more open to it, recognize what a healthy work environment which results in reduced stress, increased productivity, and save lives and money. And we propose the concept of interprofessional collaborative practice strategies. If you will look at CMO 618 series of 2016 from the Commission on Higher Education, we actually put this as a part of the things that medical students ought to understand, so that when they are given entrustable tasks, no, they will know that they need to engage other healthcare professionals in order to promote patient safety. So in the Advocating for a Clinical Excellence project, takes a multidisciplinary definition a step further, saying that providers in a palliative care team, for example, should take a transdisciplinary approach. This means that members create a shared team vision, mission, benefit, the role overlap, and have integrated responsibilities, training, and leadership. The shared care plan is stressed as an important tool. In this, the joint planning of goals for intervention and care is essential. We know that we actually do these, what do you call these meetings, no, together with the patient's family, and we tell them about our intended goal for our patients. This has come to fore, especially among palliative care patients, no, because, for example, the family has already agreed that they're going to send the patient home. And we have to tell them that you'll have to see sometimes that the patient is having difficulty breathing, no, and you should not overreact. But then that will give you the time to actually talk with your family member who is dying, no, and you will be giving comfort care for the dying patient. Because in most instances, if we do not tell the relatives this, once the patient starts to have difficulty of breathing, they're going to rush him to the hospital and they're going to intubate, and that's that everything stops. No, they cannot talk to the relative, no, and all of those things. So healthcare workers, no, with different professional knowledge and background should harmonize their intervention plan according to their competences and set, no, this with all the other team members. We build a healthy workplace culture. So competence, which enhances confidence, saves time and money, cuts waste, and increases productivity, which improves quality and commands respect. The next is communication. Avoid unproductive complaining. Communication channels should be effective. Choose your words. Check your language and tone. Communicate professionally with tact and diplomacy, and listen carefully before contributing. So listening is the most important part. No? If you don't listen and we just talk, then it will just be our point of view. The next is collaboration and teamwork. Be open to work with others, all ego thrown out of the window, and be open to share your ideas. And then control. We should be part of a team, put aside our ego, and be open to accept other people's ideas. Conflict resolution helps to raise awareness of a problem, helps people learn how to recognize differences, and can help people be real and think for themselves. Change, if you will look at the word challenges, it actually contains within it the word change. No? Create opportunities, process that takes time. The main idea is to change mindset and be open to new ideas. And then again, cultural awareness is key. It emphasizes value and diversity, breeds mutual respect for differences, helps us understand and accept others for their uniqueness. So this is actually one subject in the health administration program. So the road to patient safety is 0 events. So that is our goal. And again, we should engage in interprofessional education and practice to promote patient-centered care, improve quality outcomes, wellness prevention is promoted, and we have integrated services and coordinated care. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalimag. As always, that was a very engaging lecture, what with all of your videos and images that captured our imagination. We have but 2 questions here, Doctora. First, we have from Dr. Rolando. When you said recovery is a long one, can you please quantify this in terms of weeks, months, or years? Doctora.
Rico, maybe that is not a question for me. Is that a question for me?
I think that was in terms of recovery, Doctora.
When we say culture change, culture is actually culture change is actually a process. And if we want to do that, we have to start somewhere. Like now, for example, remember that our residents who are coming in as first years have gone through the worst of the pandemic. They were still about 2 months into their internship when the lockdown happened. And then after that, they were already immersed, for example, in studying for the boards, which became protracted because the board should have been September this year, and it became November. No? So we have to understand, no, that they have gone through a lot of these mental health problems as well. So we should take that into consideration. So we have to start somewhere.
Thank you, Doctora. I have one last question. When you say culture change, no, in the local setting, especially for us Filipinos, what do you think is the biggest challenge for us to be able to adopt all of these policies in accordance with this culture change?
I think we have to write down the policies. Dr. Ted Herbosa, no, showed us the way. You have to write down the policies, and we have to walk the talk. Walk the talk, because sometimes we say something, but we do things the other way. So if we say that we're going to change the culture of our hospitals, our residency training programs, no, then we have to look deep into what they are going through. Hindi kasi pwede na if we are, for example, training officers, and we just look into the training, we actually look at everything, no? Even their personal, we have to have mentoring. We look at their personal lives as well and ask them if they're well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalimag. As always, has been a pleasure to have you as one of our speakers. And we will be sending you our certificate and token. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Kalimag.
Maraming salamat din. Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next speaker. Our list of surgical luminaries continues with one of the most respected general and colorectal surgeons in the Philippines today. He graduated cum laude from the UP College of Medicine. He had his residency in general surgery at the UP PGH and also had his fellowship in colorectal surgery also at the same institution. He is a fellow of the PSGS, past PCS president, and past chair of the Maddox Department of Surgery, to name a few of his accomplishments. Here to deliver a lecture entitled Failure to Rescue in Surgery, a Patient Safety Concern, let us all welcome Dr. Armando Crisostomo.
Good morning. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan, maayong aga kaninyong tanan, and assalamu alaikum. Because I know we have an audience of people from all over the Philippines. And I am heartened to see in the pictures that were shown in the previews that I have quite a number of friends who are members of the ICS. I saw, of course, Nick Salang, who used to be my boss at the Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center. And then, of course, Ernie Acosta. Your description about him is quite correct. His infectious laughter. And I see quite a number of colleagues and even former students or residents, like Gil Vicente, Joseph Acosta, and I think your incoming president, June Santa Lucia, who used to be one of our residents in Jose Reyes as well. But of course, I'm here because I could not say no to your emeritus scientific committee chair, Herbie Kalimag, who of course preceded me and gave an excellent talk. The topic assigned to me is failure to rescue in surgery, a patient safety concern. I have no disclosures to make regarding the topic that I'm about to discuss, except the fact that I continue to be in active practice, although in colorectal surgery, because colorectal surgery is one of the disciplines in surgery that is fraught with one of the potentially highest complication rates. Unlike when I resect the colon, do an anastomosis, especially low down in the rectum, compared to doing a mastectomy or a thyroidectomy or a hernia procedure where you can immediately feed the patient and send them home. Colorectal surgery is a little difficult, more difficult. But I do admit that I have had, because of this pandemic, to slow down on my practice, particularly in performance of colonoscopy and minimally invasive operations, which have a higher likelihood of transmission. Okay? So the objectives of this talk would be, of course, to define failure to rescue, which we will abbreviate as FTR, discuss why it is being recognized as a better surgical quality indicator compared to just comparing complication rates between or among hospitals. Third is to discuss the factors that influence failure to rescue rates and why these may vary across institutions. And in relation to the topic just discussed by Herbie Kalimag, describe patient safety culture and its effect on an institution's ability to or failure to rescue. Again, I will quote Peter Drucker, one of the most important icons in quality improvement, when he mentioned, if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it or cannot hope to improve it. And I think improvement is the goal of all of us. whether in terms of our personal practice or how institutional practice, especially in surgery, will happen. So as a background, post-operative complications, for those of you who do surgeries or enough surgeries, is you realize it's common. It can average in 1 out of every 5 patients after any surgical procedure. It's a major source of patient morbidity, and it drives healthcare utilization and costs during the perioperative period. Naturally, a patient who develops complications will end up spending more. If he or she is insured, the insurance company that shoulders the expenses will have to pay more. If it is paid for by government, government will have to pay more. Now, the focus of most surgical quality improvement measurements and initiatives over many years had been just to compare or record or measure the infectious rates, complication rates like infection rates or SSI, pulmonary embolism after surgery. However, they realize, and statistics have shown, that despite timely and appropriate care, complications will still occur. For example, despite all attempts at doing a good bowel preparation, etc., giving perioperative prophylactic antibiotics, the infection rate after a colon resection or a rectal resection remains on the average still at about 10% of patients. Okay, it will still happen. Now, of course, not all complications will end up with something like this. Now, wherein you have a fistula with a wide gaping wound, and you would have to use all sorts of drains and fluids to appropriately resuscitate a patient who has not only developed abdominal wall or incision wound dehiscence, but even enterocutaneous or colocutaneous fistulae all over the bowels. No? So none of us want something like this to happen, but occasionally there will be patients who will suffer such severe complications. And these are the listed limitations of quality improvement based on the previous norm of just the ability of an institution to prevent post-operative complications. Healthcare outcomes have been found to be simultaneously affected by other factors that are not captured by the process measures in effect in a particular hospital. And as I mentioned earlier, some post-operative complications are not entirely preventable despite all measures done. Failure to rescue, and let me now at this point define what is meant by failure to rescue. You know, this is not something seen in the teleserye Provinciano na nire-rescue ni anong bida natin yung mga lahat ng mga tao na inaapi. No. Failure to rescue means a patient will die after he or she develops one or more potentially treatable complications during the perioperative period. So if you fail to prevent death, that is described now or defined as FTR or failure to rescue. And this is now being proposed as probably a better target for surgical quality initiatives. And why? Again, complications occur even when appropriate care is provided. So a low quality hospital may have the same complication rate as a good quality hospital. No? Now, some complications are due to patient characteristics, but FTR is mainly due to the setting and context where care is provided. So if, let's say, a particular complication occurs, a good hospital and a not so good hospital may have similar complication rates, but in one hospital, in the poor hospital, poorer quality hospital, that patient may die. In a better quality hospital, they institute measures that will save that patient. Okay? And because FTR is based on the premise that prompt recognition and treatment of the complications profoundly influence the outcome. They have also found, and I will show you samples of studies across the board, that failure to rescue appears to be applicable across different surgical specialties and may be a reason that explains why there are variations for the same type of complication or for the same type of cases across different US hospitals, because most of the evidence, admittedly, is coming from American hospitals. Now, before we adopt a particular indicator or quality indicator, it must possess the following characteristics. And for the most part, failure to rescue meets the following criteria of a good quality indicator. This includes reliability, can be reproduced, validity, because it measures the quality of the processes of care, the low cost for acquiring the data to evaluate performance on the measure. It works here. Measure must be actionable. If you find that your failure to rescue rates is higher than comparable hospitals, then an action can be taken to find out why and remediable measures implemented. And lastly, the measure must have a well-defined objective. And what could be a more well-defined objective than preventing death for patients who suffer from a surgical complication? But it is not a perfect measure either. There are also limitations to FTR. For example, the prevention of death may not be entirely patient-centric. Next, successful rescue or prevention of death may be associated with still considerably undesirable outcomes. Let me show you an example. In my practice in colorectal surgery, if we will do an anastomosis and a patient develops a leak of that anastomosis, we institute measures including putting out a diverting colostomy as part of our efforts to save that patient, and the patient lives. Of course, the patient will live, but ends up with a colostomy that is not exactly desirous or considered a good quality of life. All right, that is still considerable disability. And it may not provide sufficient granularity that will be required to drive quality improvement. Yung seeing the discrimination between high and poor quality. Okay, let me show you this conceptual model of how a mortality can possibly occur. The whole algorithm from seeing a patient in the outpatient department, deciding that this patient will now require surgery, and then making a diagnosis, and then the patient may actually even die as early as the preoperative period. If not, then operative planning is assessed by the anesthesiologist, risk stratification is done. The patient can even suffer mortality at this point. Operation, mortality can occur intraoperatively, but let's focus on this because this is where most complications will occur. Okay, a complication, they may recover, or there is failure to rescue and you end up with a patient mortality, or this complication may develop after the patient is discharged requiring readmission. And if there is failure to rescue, then there will be death. So let me run through the patient level factors that are associated with failure to rescue, because mortality can occur to different phases of care for our patients: preoperative, intraoperative, and postoperative. Preoperative factors are further subdivided into what we call non-modifiable factors. Non-modifiable and modifiable factors. The non-modifiable factors are those that we, as their attending physicians, will not be able to do anything about. These include their socioeconomic status, their gender, their race, pre-existing cardiac pulmonary disease, although in some instances, we're still able to optimize them so that they are better risk for surgery, and modifiable. And among the ones that have been prominently studied in the literature is that characteristic of patients that we call frailty. Okay? Now, just to look at it, the non-modifiable factors, like whether he or she is elderly, is of a certain gender or race, like in the United States. In the Philippines, wala tayong masyadong problema sa race kasi we're all Malays or variations thereof. But they've shown that, for example, in America, Blacks in general have a poorer prognosis for most situations, and there is nothing we can do about. But that is really, or those without health insurance, that is nothing that we as physicians can do something about. That is the responsibility of the health system. But the others, which means the modifiable factors and the intra-op and post-operative factors, are responsibilities of the healthcare structure or the hospitals, because we are responsible for the processes of care. And if something goes wrong with our processes, then we may end up with failure to rescue. This is just a couple of pictures which show frailty as an important pre-operative factor that we may still be able to do something about by doing nutritional build-up and appropriate rehabilitation so that we could further optimize and improve the risk of patients suffering from FTR. Now, let me discuss this and show you a particular study in the American Journal of Surgery, FTR after major abdominal surgery. And in this particular study, they compared hospitals with a so-called high safety net burden with a low safety net burden. A high safety net burden hospital has been defined as an institution that provides healthcare to those who are uninsured, Medicaid, and under Medicaid, or what we now know as Obamacare, and other vulnerable patients. Okay, so ito yung mga yagit talaga, yung mga deprived. There are hospitals in America that provides care to a high proportion of these patients. These are what we call the high safety net burden hospitals. They aim to examine and make comparison whether safety net burden is a significant predictor of FTR after major abdominal surgery while controlling for patient and hospital characteristics, including surgical volume. Conclusion, those hospitals with a high proportion of destitute patients were usually found to have higher odds of FTR following major abdominal surgery. Now let's go to the intraoperative factors. These have been in the literature that we reviewed to have been found with an increased likelihood or rate of FTR. Type of anesthesia used. Usually those who undergo general and prolonged anesthesia will have a higher FTR. The use of restricted versus liberal fluids, whether blood was transfused or required during the operation. And here is something that my friend Erby will be interested in. And I think quite a number of our members in ICS are anesthesiologists in practice. The qualification of the anesthesiologist. They found that if the operation was attended to by less qualified anesthesiologists, like nurse anesthetists, the outcome was significantly poorer. FTR was higher. And continuity of anesthetic care was found to be an important factor Meaning to say, if the patient had to be endorsed from a different anesthesiologist throughout the procedure, then there may be a potential for a higher FTR rates. And to us, the surgeons, they found that surgeons who had the practice of overlapping, shuttling from one different OR to another, or almost trying to simultaneously do procedures, was associated with a higher FTR rate. But let's focus on this, the post-operative factors, because these account for the majority of deaths. And majority of deaths in the literature have been found to suffer from what we call a complication cascade. A complication cascade is when a patient develops one complication, which is what we call a seminal complication, develops a second one, and then this creates a cascade or even domino effect, leading to, if the outcome is death, failure to rescue. Now, these have been identified as important seminal complications. These include pneumonia, post-op, acute MI, a deep surgical site infection, acute renal failure, bleeding, particularly those that require a transfusion. And lastly, they found that the role of experience, centers where particular procedures are done more commonly than others, and communication were important factors that influence the FTR rates. And I will elucidate on that later. Okay, so this is illustrated in this conceptual model where after an operation, post-operative care, an index complication develops. If you're able to recognize and intervene, this will lead to recovery. Patient is discharged happily for the benefit of all, but a complication cascade may ensue. If it's rescued, then, okay, but the complication cascade sets off, interventions which we now call the escalation of care. If appropriate escalation of care is established, we're able to rescue the patients, but if escalation of care is deficient, a patient ends up with failure to rescue. There are also several institutional or hospital factors associated with failure to rescue. I mentioned experience. The more a hospital gets recognized for a set of surgeons who do a particular procedure more commonly than others, often leads to better FTR rates, better resources like diagnostic techniques to be able to recognize these complications. They've also found out that a favorable nurse-to-bed ratio, meaning to say lower nurse-to-bed ratios, has been associated with better outcomes. The availability of specialized services, like as I mentioned, diagnostic imaging, and it's being readily available at any time of the day, or the dynamics of the surgical care team. Is there communication? Does the resident inform his consultant right away if he or she notes something that is potentially happening, or a complication already happening? Or is there, as Dr. Kalimag mentioned in her talk, disruptive behavior on the part of the consultant? He castigates the resident every time a referral is being made. So the resident will hesitate to call the consultant, and the complication worsens, leading to FTR. They've also found out that teaching institutions perform better, and those with a favorable nursing environment in which the nurses are empowered to even, clinically recognize some of these complications even earlier than the residents. And then the issue of whether your ICU is closed or open. For those who are not familiar, a closed ICU is limited to a distinct number of consultants only who can practice in that ICU. An open ICU is one wherein and it's open for everybody to admit and manage patients in the ICU. No need for you to refer to an intensivist. Now, I'll go through various studies. There was a systematic review published in Surgery, reviewing FTR in trauma and critical care. And the aim of this systematic review was to determine the incidence of and factors contributing to FTR and delayed escalation of care. At this point, I've already defined what is escalation of care. The reported incidence ranged between 8 to 16 or almost 17%. And they found that failure to rescue was inversely related to hospital volume, meaning the more volume they had in that hospital, FTR was more optimal, and staffing levels. And causes cultural, patient safety cultural factors like hierarchy and failures in communication often led to delayed escalation of care, resulting in failure to rescue. Here in another study, after emergency surgery in the elderly, they found, of course, not unexpected, a significantly higher FTR rates in those who were elderly, but in this study, they defined elderly as more than 75 years old, which is good for many of us seniors here. Hindi pa tayo elderly. After first infection or pulmonary complication compared to younger patients. So higher mortality centers failed to rescue elderly patients after they suffer a first infection or pulmonary complication, usually pneumonia. In cardiac surgery, the overall mortality rate in this hospital published in the Annals of Thoracic Surgery was 3.6%. The total complication rate was 16.8%, and failure to rescue was nearly 1 out of every 5. And they found that new acute renal failure was associated, followed by septicemia, were associated with an increased likelihood of failure to rescue following cardiac surgery. And lastly, in my specialty, colorectal surgery, they found a great variability in the results among centers, but the differences did not arise from the surgical procedure delay time or other data related with surgical complications. However, they were able to precisely determine which re-interventions were associated with higher mortality. This included creation of a new stoma, a new resection, peritoneal cavity lavage, and all of these are usually carried out when a patient develops a complication of colorectal suture dehiscence, or what we commonly regard as an anastomotic leak. Okay? So in summary, failure to rescue is gaining recognition as a better surgical quality improvement measure than just merely measuring the incidence of post-operative complications alone. Many factors, most of them occurring in the post-operative period, contribute to the variations in FTR rates. FTR has been found to be applicable in many surgical specialties. And lastly, to answer the question being posed in the title of this talk assigned to me, is it a patient safety concern? Yes, because apparently patient safety culture factors like hospital characteristics, like nursing to patient bed ratio, the safety culture environment, especially communication, appear to contribute as well to the occurrence of failure to rescue. I'd like to, of course, end this talk by mentioning these quotes. Our focus really is safety. If we start there, patient experience will take care of itself. Quality metrics will take care of itself, as well as employee morale. The largest room in the world is room for improvement. And I hope that that is the Christmas or New Year's wish of everybody who is listening now. And I'd like to end there and thank you for this opportunity and greet everyone. A maligayang Pasko. This is the facade of the Philippine General Hospital. But despite being besieged with many COVID patients, tuloy po ang Pasko sa amin. Maraming salamat po. I'm actually waiting for our MC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crisostomo, for that very clear lecture. I have but one question, sir. In light of the COVID-19 crisis, how do you think this changed in how you go about your bowel surgeries in terms of pre-op preparation, intra-op decisions, and post-op management? Say, for example, do you advocate respirator masks or PAPRs? Sir?
Well, it all depends on the risk factors that your patients will possess. You know, as suggested in one of the slides of Dr. Ted Herbosa, there are specific situations where the personal protective equipment, the level of protective equipment that needs to be utilized will vary, okay? So in most hospitals, you know, if let's say, well, of course, this will lead to increased expense on the part of the patient. In private hospitals, most of the cost is shouldered out of pocket. So a swab test, which is now required for nearly all admissions, and most especially for those who will undergo any invasive procedure, including colonoscopy, no, will require a swab test. And if the patient turns out to be COVID positive, then if you cannot postpone the surgery, of course we try to postpone the surgery, but if it cannot be postponed and there's an urgency, then we have to wear the full protective apparel to protect, of course, all the members of our team, you know. So whether this leads to, I don't think there have been any new studies on how this COVID pandemic has affected the interventions on failure to rescue. However, I did see a question in the question and answer column on whether maybe the term failure to rescue should be changed to something more positive. Successful rescue in which your patient lives, okay? That's possible because he says that failure to rescue may have potentially, you know, a negative impact and legal implications. That may be correct. Like the term, if you recall, hospital-acquired pneumonia has been changed, right? It's because the hospital will get blamed for the pain. So they call it healthcare associated pneumonia or healthcare associated infection. The term has changed so that the hospitals and institutions do not get into trouble. But unfortunately, like for example, when you say you are able to rescue a patient, it doesn't mean that you're really doing a good job, because the patient may have, as I mentioned in part of my talk, nabuhay nga yung patient pero disabled naman. You were able to rescue pero disabled naman. Umuwi with a colostomy or some other disability. Or na-stroke. No? The patient has to be cared for in the long run. So success to rescue may not always mean an optimal or desirable outcome all the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crisostomo. I think you already answered the one in our Q&A box. And with that, we are very grateful, truly honored to have you here with us. And we hope to have you again, sir, in one of our future conventions.
Sure.
Again, we will be sending you your certificate and our token. Maraming salamat, Dr.
Privilege is mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on, I'd just like to announce that we are not just being viewed all over the Philippines, but all over the world. We have delegates coming in from India, USA, Japan, Singapore, and Thailand, just to name a few. Our next speaker is someone who is very well known not only in the orthopedic surgery circle, but also in the Pasig City area. He finished his medical degree at the Lyceum Northwestern, FQDMF. He also holds a master's degree in occupational health from the UP Manila and an MHM from PCU. He is the medical director of the Pasig City General Hospital and the Child's Hope, past president of the ICSPS Metro Manila chapter where I served under him. Here to give a talk on the surgical attire and levels of protection, let us give a warm welcome to Dr. Paulo Roman Castro.
Good morning to everyone and to all our colleagues from the various parts of the world. Good afternoon and good evening. I will be talking about the surgical attire and the levels of protection, and I will be sharing with you our experiences in our setting in Pasig City. Actually, Dr. Ted Herbosa has discussed thoroughly some levels of protection and testing. Okay. When the first cases arrived in our shores last March, everyone was in a quandary and all we had were the shared information from Wuhan. Prior to community transmission, we focused on patients with travel history and faced those who either denied or did not disclose of this without proper protection. So healthcare workers found themselves face-to-face with danger, some with disastrous results. Surgeons even took a back step by foregoing elective surgeries. Healthcare providers were given the difficult task of lengthening the doubling time by adhering to safety standards, which eventually involved the public in following these protocols. Due to scarcity of protective equipment, masks were then reserved to the frontliners, especially those with higher standards of protection. This led to improvisations. Just to have some kind of protection, the face mask became a political issue in some areas, as well as an exercise of one's right to wear or not to wear. The ingenuity of the Filipino bordered on what was practical or for reasons of financial capability. Protective gowns were also created on what was available or due to adaptability to our weather. Infectious disease services had advised us to use available materials that were cheap and effective. Fast forward to the present, the good thing about Asians, Filipinos included, is with the adherence to safety protocols, we have a better curve compared to the rest of the world who are now experiencing second or third waves. The longest running quarantine, be it enhanced or modified, bring out the best of creativity with levels of protection coming out in various designs and materials. Now, healthcare workers, especially surgeons, have more choices of protection to continue the services without fear or anxiety. Now, the engineering community, architects included, has helped the healthcare community by coming out with more durable and effective levels of protection to continue our activities of daily living in the new normal. We have aerosol boxes, acrylic shields, or plexiglass as materials. The fashion industry did not lag behind. We experienced a sense of normalcy with their creativity and designs. Dr. Emmett Brown may have a good advice, but there are lessons learned from this pandemic and has brought out a lot of character from each and every one, be it negative or positive. to continue with our service, there are measures that we can initiate and somehow protect ourselves at the same time. In the operating room, we have the basic protective equipment like surgical masks, N95 masks, the white hazmat suit that we have come to call bunny suits, the surgical gown, and gloves. We either use fog-free goggles or face shields, bouffant caps, shoe covers, and sanitizers. With risk assessment measures from the ICC or Infection Control Committee, they came up with the minimum levels of protection for the surgeons at different levels of risk. So for high risk, fit-tested masks and the usual PPEs. For lower risk, the minimum PPEs from head to foot. The judicious use of a fit-tested N95 is not to be understated, especially for aerosol-generating procedures. For areas outside of the operating room, dealing with those not suspected of having the virus, a surgical mask may suffice. Of course, a safe distance must be observed, or a protective shield is still essential. In areas where we encounter probables or positives, a face shield, gown, and gloves are added. For aerosol-generating procedures, an N95 respirator, face shield, gown, and gloves are a must. The different levels of PPEs in the healthcare setting are level 1, which is the surgical mask and or face shield to be used in the lowest risk areas or dealing with standard infection control precautions. Level 2 are surgical masks, goggles, or face shields for low-risk areas or for direct or indirect contact precautions. This may include droplet or airborne precautions. Level 3 are for enhanced precautions, which entail wearing a cap, N95 mask, goggles or face shields, scrub suit, gown, and gloves. And for level 4, used for intubations or surgical procedures, we need an N95 mask, goggles or face shield, cup, scrub suit, coveralls or bunny suit, dedicated shoes, and shoe cover. The WHO has come up with their advisory on PPEs for healthcare workers, particularly for this new virus, as precaution in dealing with patients in various settings. The CDC has also given new guidelines considering droplet and aerosol precautions, as well as the preservation of PPEs for economic and environmental reasons. In dealing with safety standards, the healthcare setting is much the same as the occupational standards, wherein the hierarchy of controls are to be followed from administrative, engineering, ergonomics, and lastly, personal protection. In more developed countries, they have adopted lesser human contact through mechanization to mitigate transmission. As discussed earlier, the factors influencing the selection of PPEs are the type of exposure, the level of risk, and category of precautions, the durability, and of course, the fit. There are protocols for donning and doffing of PPEs for healthcare providers or surgeons' protection. This was shown earlier by Dr. Ted Herbosa. And there had been various IEC materials as well as audiovisual presentations for donning and doffing of personal protection. Following these safe work practices significantly reduce the spread of contamination of the virus. For other levels of protection, there are elastomeric respirators, which may provide higher protection from particulates. Powered air purifying respirators, or PAPRs, are useful in long surgeries. The bunny suit provide a high level of protection, but as in the case of the previously mentioned protective devices, it may be cumbersome or uncomfortable, especially in uncontrolled environment. Smoke evacuators come in handy in aerosol generating procedures or during cautery. Our dental services, such as the one on the right, use an extraoral dental evacuation system in their oral surgeries and other procedures. UV lights have again found their place in the operating room after the advent of decontamination machines. High efficiency particulate aerosol, or HEPA filters, give an efficient air exchange combined with laminal flow barriers. If budget is no problem in your setting, the installation of a negative, positive pressure systems, which may not only control potentially contaminated air, but may also limit the use of PPEs as a higher level use. In patient transport, especially positive cases, the negative pressure containment stretcher provide a high level of protection. We use the one on the right, the picture on the right, in our setting, from community transport to hospital areas, such as the ICU, to the ancillary departments. The use of personal protection has found its toll on environmental and economic issues. Thus, investing on misting machines with the use of a SanoSil solution, for example, may be beneficial in recycling personal protective equipment. We have been very fortunate in having a consensus and an energetic local chief executive who responds to our needs in the hospital. That's the picture of Mayor Vico Soto inspecting the Pasig City Children's Hospital that was temporarily converted to a COVID-19 referral facility to the Pasig, and so that the Pasig City General Hospital can cater to other essential services. The rooms, the emergency room and ICU were installed with negative pressure systems for the safety of both healthcare workers and the patients. By instituting and following protective measures, we can help flatten the curve and eventually lick this virus. Having said that, I will leave you with Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror that goes, "If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change." Thank you, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul Castro, for that very informative lecture. And I have a question based on your lecture. I'd like to throw the same question that I asked Dr. Crisostomo earlier. In terms of orthopedics, how did the current pandemic change the way you approach your surgeries in terms of pre-op, intra-op, and post-op decisions? I know you already touched on a lot of machineries like the HEPA filters and the negative positive pressure in the OR. For how about the like I said, the respirator masks or the PAPRs? Would you advocate on that, sir?
Thank you, Patrick, for that question. Well, the various specialty societies have come up with their clinical practice guidelines and some protocols before surgeries. including our OBGYN and general surgeries and even orthopedic surgeries. But mainly preoperatively, we require, of course, negative swab test, which is a gold standard. And of course, for the protection of our both the surgeons and also the workers, the patient, we have to prepare all these controls. No, first, administratively, if we can somehow have a better schedule and engineering controls, if we can provide those levels of protection. And lastly, of course, the PPE. You have mentioned if ever we are going to use other cumbersome levels of protection, we can do that, but it depends upon on the surgeon and of course the environment in the operating room, because it may be cumbersome as mentioned earlier, and it may also have an effect on the surgical procedure.
Thank you, Dr. Castro, and I totally agree that this pandemic has totally changed the way we approach our surgeries. I think we already have to encompass everything in terms of administrative, in terms of policy making. We have one last question. How did the PPP change in the Pasig affect you, how you go about your COVID-19 pandemic approach?
Okay, so public-private partnership. Okay, well, we were very fortunate to have various agencies helping us in our how we have to control the virus and go about treating these our patients, and they have contributed significantly, both for the safety of the healthcare providers as well as the patients. They have provided even tents outside of the hospital before when we were starting, when we were overwhelmed with cases, saturating the emergency room. So it was a very, very welcome event in all these agencies helping together in order to mitigate this virus.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. I think you answered the question very well. With that, we would like to thank Dr. Paul Castro. Again, like all of the speakers that came before him, we would definitely love to have him back. Before we proceed, we'd like to give you a quick sneak peek on our possible mid-year convention in 2021 in Baguio City, to be hosted by the North Luzon chapter. All right, so that is something we definitely are looking forward to as we try to transition to some sense of normalcy. Our next speaker got his medical degree from the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery. He had his training in minimally invasive surgery in the Netherlands. He is currently the chairman of the Department of Surgery at Oriental Mindoro Provincial Hospital, an active consultant at Asian Hospital, here to give a lecture entitled Harnessing Technology to Improve Safety. I present to you Dr. Michael Dennis de la Paz.
Good day. Thank you very much for that kind introduction and the opportunity to share my experience. Again, I'm Dr. Michael Dennis de la Paz, and the topic that I would be talking about is entitled Harnessing Technology to Improve Surgical Safety. I have nothing to disclose. In fact, I am inspired with the ironic quote of the late innovator Steve Jobs, wherein he states that technology is nothing. What's important is that you have faith in people, that they're basically good and smart, and if you give them tools, They'll do wonderful things with them. And that, I think, would be the essence of my lecture. I would start first with the two keywords of my topic. Number one is technology. It is a broad concept, but basically defined as practical application of knowledge to a particular area. Although association of technology to health or surgical care has created a misconception that involves the latest manufactured tangible design or it comes with a higher cost, this misconception is actually partly true. And the other part is that it is not only a device but a system of ideas, as simple as a checklist or as a complex as a computer-based software applications that can improve any kind of process. And in my lecture is the second term, which is surgical safety, which is ensuring our patient undergoing surgery away from further untoward harm or risk, which is a tough goal because it encompasses a lot of areas, not only clinical, technical, and psychological aspect, but also socio-cultural, ethical, and economical aspect. With this said, the main objective of this lecture is to discuss the technology that are being used in surgical care and the benefit and risks, how they are regulated. More on the benefits, how can this technology improve patient safety and how us physicians and surgeons can contribute to the successful implementation and use of technology to improve patient safety. Technology in healthcare is exponential and it has transformed healthcare delivery in a way that personnel are increasingly becoming more reliant on technology for their day-to-day practice. Although the use of technology to improve healthcare is compelling and becoming a necessity, we should always be careful, especially if we are talking on how to improve patient safety because it can also introduce new hazards. Factors such as poor or inappropriate design, misuse of equipments, and over-reliance on technology can also result in the technology compromising safety. That is the reason why we are here, the end users, to design, innovate, regulate, implement, and train appropriately on the proper use of technology in order for us to better ensure the safety of our patients. Again, I want to emphasize that the healthcare technology does not only refer to a development of new medical devices and equipment, but it encompasses on the as basic as cell phone or computers that we are using right now, or as sophisticated as the hospital information system of a large tertiary hospitals here in the Philippines. How can these technologies help? It can help a lot in different processes ranging from automatically managing our clinics and office, especially right now during the time of pandemic, we are prevented from face-to-face consultation. But through the technology of telemedicine or teleconsultation, we are able to safely care and manage our patient. In the surgical field, the new diagnostic technology had accurately informed us with the proper diagnosis and surgical management of our patient. The new laparoscopic and robotic surgical machines enhance our capability of operating our patient with minimal or without any scar, hence better recovery and quality of life of our patients. Lastly, with the medical system software, the electronic health records have prevented error from illegible handwriting of doctors and automated monitoring system that would keep patients safe in many aspects such as notification of their medications and follow-ups. The important data being collected there will be used further for big data analytics to further improve our surgical care, hence safety of our patient. Here in the Philippines, we are guided by Republic Act number 9711 enacted last August 2009, which created the Food and Drug Administration in the Department of Health, which created 4 centers, one of which is the Center for Device Regulation, Radiation Health and Research, or the CDRRHD, which is the major regulatory body for these healthcare technologies, wherein they grant license for use and operations if the new technologies complies with their safety and standards. But what I want to share is to further extend our idea of healthcare technology in the international level. And on top of mind is the World Health Organization Patient Safety Technology Program, which created 4 working groups. One is for the introduction of new technologies, the other is for making existing technologies safer, another focus on the information technology, which is a trend nowadays in big data analytics. And lastly, and the very much important, is the simulation and training, wherein there is a trend of instead of learning risky mistakes from our patients, surgeons will be hone their skills through simulators for them later on do the right skills to their patients without the harm of first-time mistakes. With special consideration on the challenges for the developing countries, these are some of the successful technology of WHO safety program. It is stated that it is not more on high-end technology like the computer simulation for surgery, but on how it can be global. The nature of technology solutions must be tailored on the local needs, especially on the developing countries like ours in the Philippines. WHO termed it as an appropriate technology. One appropriate technology that we're applying right now is the WHO safety checklist, which is a low technology but high in improvement in safety. Those existing technologies that I mentioned, although as low or as high technology they may be, I guess it would not be that perfect as what we are thinking that can achieve absolute safety, but at least there is a constant development and analysis of what can be further done in order to achieve safety further. Like in this busy flow chart of surgical care to a patient, from admissions to operations up until discharge and home care, every process has a lot of existing surgical safety technology like diagnostic systems, safety monitors, minimally invasive surgery devices, and many more to mention. Unfortunately, this comes with the pitfalls like equipment failures. Interestingly, research had found out some innovative ways to make surgical care safer, even with low technology like the WHO safety checklist that had prevented a lot of surgical risks such as wrong patient, wrong operations, wrong site, and even retained foreign body incident during operations. It is also important to recognize in this workflow that technologies can pose many hazards. That is very important disclosure you should also present to our patient. Some of these relate to improper and careless use. For instance, if technology is introduced too quickly and without thought for the culture and the clinical setting, or without appropriate training and even improper servicing, maintenance, and constant calibration, or in standardization, safety can be in danger. And before I summarize my point of harnessing technology in surgical safety, I would want to share my personal journey as a surgeon with regards to technology and the recent technology we are working that can possibly improve surgical care. I was unfortunate, or maybe fortunate, to train in a government hospital who is lacking in technology. What I learned there is how to innovate available surgical materials in order for us to still provide the best needed surgical care to our less fortunate countrymen. When I graduated the program, I lacked the skills in the latest technology of laparoscopy and robotic surgery. That is the reason why I applied for fellowship program in minimally invasive surgery, but it was very competitive and financially draining, especially if you take your training abroad. I ended up training here locally, and one of our signature innovation is how to train a high-tech driven skills using a low-tech or economically and readily available device and materials, which is I'll show in this video clip entitled Art in Laparoscopy. And I presented it just last year. So please enjoy this video. Bay. I hope you find that simple technology for training interesting. And just this semester, while I am completing my requirements for hospital administration course in UST Graduate School, we have this promising project utilizing smartphone applications to artificial intelligence and telementoring functions for a specific surgical safety purpose, which was presented just last week at the Asia Congress of Robotics and Laparoscopic Surgery online in Seoul, Korea. So they gave us a promising recommendations, and please enjoy these another video clips.
Good day, I'm Dr. Michael Dennis de la Paz from the Philippines, and I am here to present a development and pilot testing of an intraoperative smartphone app that can help surgeons during laparoscopic cholecystectomy procedures. I have nothing to disclose, and you may take pictures. We started this project because even with the strong advocacy of Safe Cholecystectomy Program and Zero Bile Duct Injury in Laparoscopic Cholecystectomy campaign, there is still a gap that the census is still not zero. Much more, it may be an underestimation since not all laparoscopic cholecystectomies done in the country are not properly registered or counted. So the main objective of this study is to further find a way to prevent bile duct injury complications during laparoscopic cholecystectomy to a trained surgeon right immediately before it happened using the mobile phone app timeout procedure. The key feature of this app is a real-time checklist assessment of taking a doublet view of the picture of the dissected hepatocystic triangle of the gallbladder, showing the requirements of critical view of safety before cutting any structures. It is equipped with a deep learning image recognition capability of instantly analyzing critical view of safety structures. Moreover, it has a real-time networking telementoring function to distribute to a given picture to any available surgeon for them to analyze the picture also and provide a very essential help to properly decide and manage the case. The initial concept during the developmental phase that during any given laparoscopic cholecystectomy procedure, once the surgeon had carefully dissected the hepatocystic triangle, exposing the necessary structure of the critical view of safety, namely the cystic duct, the cystic artery, and at least 1/3 of the cystic plate, there would be a timeout before clipping and ligating any structure in the form of a smartphone app that would take picture of the critical view of safety in doublet view, and it will be analyzed immediately by both the artificial intelligence of the program as well by the available expert surgeon connected to the app. There are two scenarios in this procedure. If the surgeon did well in the dissection and exposure of the necessary critical view of safety structures, the app would emphasize on the critical view of safety and analyze if the critical view of safety is achieved through percentage. The telemetry function of the app would also gather consensus of the expert surgeon if it's safe to clip, plus they could also point out the structure which is safe to clip and ligate through telestration. Absolutely, if it says yes to both the program and the mentor, it is safe to clip and ligate. In case of danger scenario that the surgeon mistaken to recognize or wrongly perceive a common bile duct as a cystic duct, or if the critical view of safety is not well achieved, both the program of the app as well as the consensus of the expert surgeon would warn the surgeon not to clip or ligate any structure which might prevent any bile duct injury. And if there is really difficulty in achieving the critical view of safety due to various reasons, the app would have an important feature to call for help for any available nearby expert surgeon to scrub in immediately and assist the surgeon to prevent any complication during the procedure. The primary outcome of this endeavor is to absolutely prevent bile duct injury to the laparoscopic cholecystectomy. The secondary outcome of this app is that it could serve as a laparoscopic cholecystectomy registry that could provide a surgical big data analysis that could help surgeons as well as patients with regards to quality and safety of laparoscopic cholecystectomy. The main limitation would be the issues on data privacy and confidentiality of both the surgeons and the patients. The ethical and legal aspect of using such technology as a third party during the procedure, the socio-economic and technological aspect of the country is also a limiting factor. Like here in the Philippines, some of our remote areas have no internet connections. This is the preliminary testing we did to the app. wherein we use the cholecystectomy AI as a platform in analyzing the critical view of safety pictures. It used a deep learning system of Python and TensorFlow, utilizing 200 critical abuse of safety pictures, which analyzed any given picture compared to that what it had learned, showing the outcome in percentage. 80% is a threshold. Preliminary, what we did is a mock study using educational critical view of safety pictures of perceived critical view of safety from the textbook as well as the web, with known outcome of either safe laparoscopic cholecystectomy or with unfortunate bile duct injury complication. A total of 20 pictures were initially analyzed by both the artificial intelligence and the telementoring network of expert surgeons of that picture of safe critical view of safety using laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Initial study shows that the AI component of the app is at par with that of the standard decisions of the expert surgeons, with an excellent positive predictive value and a high negative predictive value due to an incidental number of false negative detected by the AI. Added to that outcome, a good participation of expert surgeons was registered, especially during the working hours. And 100% there is always someone available to volunteer nearby in all laparoscopic cholecystectomy pictures where critical view of safety is difficult to achieve. The future of safety of laparoscopic cholecystectomy is kind. In fact, the future may be existing now in the present day, as various technological advancement like application of laparoscopic ultrasound, fluorescence dye, diagnostic radiologic augmented reality system, outstanding high-definition imaging system, endoscopic and robotic surgical application advancement, and virtual simulated surgical training technology have some promising effect in preventing bile duct injuries in laparoscopic cholecystectomy by enhancing the senses and skills of surgeons for them to dissect and identify the necessary anatomical structures systematically, accurately, and safely. Unfortunately, those are very costly for the hospital and the patient to be acquired. But still, the future is kind, for cost-effective technology is still disrupting by the use of real-time telementoring and utilizing the video or image recognition through computer artificial intelligence. In conclusion, with the mock preliminary study we had, smartphone app can be readily utilized as an added armamentarium as a crucial time-out procedure to ensure safety during laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Further development of the app and using it on actual operating room study could be done. Thank you very much.
So in summary, my lecture is not intended to provide an exhaustive review about technology and patient safety, but it gives a snapshot or a starting point on how can we harness technology in our practice, especially with highest regards to our outmost clients, our dear patients. To ensure their utmost safety, we have to embrace also technology. Again, these are just tools, and we should embrace it appropriately. And the safety of our patients will always be on our hands. I think that would be my take-home message. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. De La Paz. Us techies, including our president, Dr. Arenas, we're very captivated by your lecture, especially the videos. Now, I have a question, and I don't know if this is inclusive of your lecture, but in relation to the Data Privacy Act, can you think of any issues regarding this in relation to our current health crisis? Say, for example, the electronic health checks that we accomplish in establishments. How do you safeguard our our data in these enclosed forms?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doc, we hear you.
Yes, definitely data privacy and confidentiality is also at utmost importance with regards with the safety of our patients or our clients. So when we're dealing with data, it is important that there should be no identifier. So for example, even at age, to get away with those identifier, we use ranges, like instead of putting the exact age, we put a range of, for example, 10 to 20, 20 to 30. And with regards with, we go away with names, with even addresses or important contact numbers, because someone may hack or use it inappropriately. So there should be a means to protect this. I think we should find a way to protect our client also and ourselves also.
Thank you, Dr. De La Paz. I think Dr. De La Paz has discussed extensively and comprehensively regarding the technologies that go along, including in relation to our current health crisis. And with that, we would like to thank you, Dr. De La Paz. We will also be sending you our certificate and token. Maraming salamat. Our next speaker is one of the most respected surgeons in the country today. He is my former professor at the UST College of Medicine. He is the immediate past international governor of the American College of Surgeons, a past chairman of the UST Department of Surgery and the PCS. He is also the chairman of the Philippine Board of Surgery, that was in 2002. And I've always been a fan. Here to give a talk entitled Adapting Eras, Principles Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Fernando Lopez.
Good noon, colleagues. I would have preferred to share with you this talk in person, but our current situation will not allow it. Still, I am thankful that we could continue to communicate and meet in a virtual fashion. Allow me to share my thoughts in how we can gain confidence to allow us to perform our mandates as surgeons. Since my forced house arrest, I have made several paintings, and this is one of them, which I call my COVID-19 painting. It depicts a field of sunflowers, which represents the many lives that have been lost to COVID-19, while the tree represents our faith that has remained strong, believing that we will heal as one. Most of our efforts and attention have been focused on this COVID-19 pandemic, and rightfully so, given its great human toll and the continued potential to kill. We are even seeing an increase in the number of people getting infected on a daily basis. We are also hearing and learning that some people close to our hearts are losing their battle against this invisible enemy. Unfortunately, patients with non-COVID-19 ailments continue to suffer as well. What are we to do? Do we relinquish our sworn responsibilities to heal them? Or do we forge ahead and fulfill our Hippocratic oath? For surgeons, should we be performing elective surgeries, which we believe could alleviate, if not cure, the sufferings of our non-COVID patients amidst this pandemic? Local and international guidelines are unanimous in recommending that we defer elective surgeries in this time of pandemic. And rightfully so, since we know that operating on COVID-19 patients are fraught with an increasing mortality, especially among elderly patients. Unfortunately, deferring surgeries unduly could lead to grave consequences. For one, it could unduly prolong the sufferings of our patients. It could also convert an elective procedure to an emergency situation, increasing the risk not only for complications, but even death. Among cancer patients, delaying surgery could degrade their disease stage, lessening their chances for cure and affecting their survival. How then can we make elective surgery amidst this COVID-19 pandemic safe? Or more realistically, how can we reduce the risk of getting infected with COVID-19 for patients and the surgical team while performing an elective surgery? Are there measures that we can adopt to give us more confidence in performing our task? First and foremost, we need to ensure as best we can that we are doing surgeries on COVID-19 negative patients. There are now tests like RT-PCR and imaging procedures such as chest X-ray and chest CT scan that can help us identify whether patients are negative or positive for COVID-19. It is also a prudent practice to seek cardio-pulmo-endo clearances prior to surgeries. We also need to adhere to our institution's rigid protocol, including the judicious use of PPEs. And today, we would like for you to consider adopting the basic ERAS FTS principles to give us more confidence in performing elective surgeries amidst COVID-19. Enhanced recovery after surgery or fast-track surgery is a concept that was introduced by Dr. Kellett in the early 1990s, whose main aim is to reduce hospital stay. It covers the perioperative and postoperative care or periods. It combines several techniques used in the care of patients undergoing elective surgeries. It gives importance in the choice of anesthesia, pain control, minimal invasive surgery, and early nutrition and ambulation. The concept hopefully will lead to a reduction in stress response and organ dysfunction, allowing early discharge. The figure on the right side seems complicated, but as we look closely, then we realize that the concept is very practical and can be easily adapted for our own use. Can we therefore adopt the basic ERAS FTS principles amidst this pandemic? It's a categorical yes. As a matter of fact, it is even a necessity. What then are our objectives in adopting the basic ERAS FTS principles? The main objective is to ensure patients' safety while assuring surgeons that elective surgeries amidst COVID-19 is feasible. The secondary objectives are to make elective surgeries pain-free and stress-free that will lead to the lowering of organ dysfunctions, thereby reducing complication rates and enhancing recovery after surgery. We also hope to reduce hospital stay with the goal of a day surgery. The usual question colleagues would ask is, do we need new platforms to adopt this concept? I strongly believe that there is no need for us to acquire new platforms or systems in adopting the basic ERAS FTS principles. We have been using most of the principles for generations, but failed to put a name into it. Allow me therefore to share with you the different components of an adopted ERAS FTS basic principles in the hope that by understanding them, we could very well adopt it and use it. It begins with a preoperative evaluation that includes a complete and thorough history and physical examination, complete preoperative requirements, nutritional assessment with augmentation if necessary, and the very important education of patient and relatives. Today, when we say complete history, it is understood to include one's travel history and possible contact with COVID-19 positive patient, aside from the usual investigative manner of dissecting the disease process itself. We also need to emphasize that a thorough and complete physical examination must be done without exception. The second component of preoperative evaluation is completion of all requirements prior to admission. All tests, laboratory or otherwise, and imaging procedures necessary to arrive at a diagnosis must be done in this phase. Securing all necessary clearances from the other specialties, including a possible infectious disease referral to rule out COVID-19 infection in suspected cases, can and should be accomplished at this stage. Nutritional assessment and augmentation, if necessary, is the third component of preoperative evaluation. Of the most important aspect in preoperative evaluation that could greatly affect surgical outcomes, but more often than not neglected, is the patient's nutritional status. We should never forget to include nutritional assessment in our evaluation. Operating on a malnourished patient has its own consequences, and this is particularly acute for elderly patients who are prone to sarcopenia and lean body mass loss. If we believe that they need augmenting, then do so even before we think of surgery. This table demonstrates the important role that loss of lean body mass plays. If the loss is around 10%, the patient's immunity will decrease, making them susceptible to infection with a corresponding 10% mortality rate. If it is 20%, there will be a decrease in the healing process plus a propensity to infection, raising the mortality rate to 30%. A 30% loss will make the patient too weak even to sit down, making the patient prone to pressure sores and pneumonia with an unacceptable 50% mortality rate. Should the loss go up to 40% and beyond, then we will need a miracle for a patient to survive. Let us now talk of education. We educate our patient and oftentimes their relatives as well. There should always be full disclosure. Patients must not only know, but must also understand their disease, making them aware of the different treatment options and their likely outcomes. They must actively participate in the healing process. The decision is theirs, and we, as physicians, are merely there to advise and to guide. Remember, we are not gods. The second phase of the adopted ERAS FTS basic principles is the immediate preoperative period. We say, go against tradition. There is no reason why we need to admit a patient a day or two before surgery. It is just a waste of time, resources, and money, and it is totally unnecessary. Another myth that needs to be debunked is the requirement for an overnight fasting before surgery. A 6-hour fasting for solid food is sufficient, while liquids may be allowed until 2 hours before surgery. This suggestion can be used for carbohydrate loading, which will benefit patients by diminishing insulin resistance. The American Society of Anesthesiologists, in their guidelines, clearly supports the above recommendation as far as fasting is concerned. As much as possible, let us avoid mechanical bowel preparation, especially if the surgical procedure will not involve the gastrointestinal tract. It is also important to consider antibiotic prophylaxis and prophylaxis against deep vein thrombosis if warranted in this period. Another important aspect of this concept is to have a pain-free scenario. Practicing preventive analgesia would help patients achieve that goal. Avoiding strong opiates in pain management has been proven to be beneficial to patients. There are several ways of achieving pain control without the dependence to opiates, but the more acceptable way is to resort to a multimodal pain control where several analgesic agents can be combined, resulting in a better pain relief. Anesthesia is the third component of this concept. It is suggested that local or with or without sedation or regional anesthesia be the choice. However, the final mode of anesthesia will still depend on the anesthesiologist's choice since they are in a better position to do so. Definitely, maintaining normothermia and avoiding fluid overload for the duration of the procedure should be achieved by close monitoring, thereby avoiding complications. A trend is now evolving in the intravenous therapy in the perioperative period towards keeping patients slightly on the dry side with smaller salt load. And today, we would like to say that the so-called third space has been debunked. We now have evidence to prove that aggressive fluid resuscitation can lead to severe tissue edema that compromises organ function, leading to increased morbidity and even mortality. The surgical component would include the approach to surgery. Minimally invasive surgery, not necessarily laparoscopic, should be practiced as much as possible. Consider short incision or transverse incision if laparoscopy is not your cup of tea. Go MIS. Every surgeon must plan his or her surgeries every time without exception. It is like preparing a battle plan, and by doing so, surgeons are able to avoid unnecessary maneuvers. And because we planned our surgeries, we are able to accomplish the procedure at the shortest possible time. A surgeon worth his salt should never sacrifice gentleness and thoroughness for speed. Drains and catheters serve a purpose, but if no purpose exists, why place them? It is a good surgical practice to avoid placing foreign bodies if these are not used. The last phase or component is the post-operative period. It is important to ensure that the patient is adequately hydrated, but beware always of overhydration. We should also avoid additional stress from pain by providing adequate anti-pain coverage by continuing multimodal pain treatment for at least 3 days. Patients should also be exempt from the uncomfortable consequences of nausea and vomiting by aggressively addressing them even before they occur. It will also help if patient can be fed early. The dictum is use the gut if it is possible, but if not, there are other ways that we can augment nutrition. We can even go parenteral if need be. Choose between parenteral or central by using premixed products that are readily available. Do not hesitate to add appetite stimulants or amino acids should the need arises. Another target in this phase is to make patients move as early as possible. This simple maneuver could avoid a number of complications in the postoperative period. In addition, catheters and drains should be removed once the purpose of placing them no longer exists. Lastly, send the patient home as early as possible to reduce the chances of patients getting infected with COVID-19. Adopting ERAS FTS basic principles could lead to minimizing exposure to COVID-19 infection among our surgical patients. It could also be a money saver, including precious resources, and it can even save time without increasing complications. Concept that we are proposing can be adopted not only in medical centers, but even in small community hospitals without the need for additional manpower. All it takes is for everyone in the surgical team to know, understand, and support the concept. The key to success is teamwork. The adopted ERAS FTS basic principles is safe and could even reduce the transmission of COVID-19 while preserving precious manpower, equipment, resources, and even time. Before, let me admonish all to be afraid. Yes, afraid. Afraid so as not to be complacent. Never let our guards down. Then, and only then, can we be safe. Maraming salamat sa inyong binigay na oras sa akin at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez. I totally agree with every one of your slides. I actually did a lecture on ERAS for residents at Mary Johnson Hospital a year or two ago. Of course, with this current pandemic, the need for ERAS is all the more highlighted. Now, I have a question, sir. Can you think of any gray areas wherein ERAS may or may not be applicable given the current health crisis? Any gray areas or any controversial issues that you might need to address, sir?
I guess one of the things that we need to consider will be the other comorbidities of patients undergoing surgery, especially in major operations. In those scenarios, you cannot just completely follow the ERAS principle with withholding all the IVs as early as possible, especially among, for example, diabetic patients who will undergo major operation, even if they are COVID-19 negative. Then you need to balance ERAS principles with that of the usual procedures or follow-up that we do among patients who would undergo major operations among these comorbid conditions. So those are one of the areas that we'll probably have to think twice before we fully adopt the basic principles of ERAS.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez. And I think most of us in the cutting specialty would agree with the advices of Dr. Lopez. If there are no other questions, we would like again to thank Dr. Fernando Lopez for that very informative lecture regarding ERAS in light of the current COVID-19 crisis. Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez. All right, so to proceed with our lectures, our next speaker is one of the most sought after infectious disease specialists in the Philippines today. This is all the more magnified by our current pandemic that not only our country but the whole world is experiencing. He finished his medical education at the UERMMCI. He is the head of the section of infectious diseases at the St. Luke's Medical Center Global, the president of the Philippine College of Physicians, the immediate past president of the PISMID, to give a lecture entitled Antibiotic Stewardship and Eliminating Healthcare-Associated Infections. Colleagues, I give to you Dr. Mario Panaligan.
Yeah. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Dr. Minerva Kalimag, for the invitation for me to talk on antibiotic stewardship and eliminating healthcare-associated infections. So as a disclosure, I'd like to inform everybody about my other work undertakings aside from being a faculty of UERMMCI, including my work with other pharmaceutical companies. So these are the objectives of my talk. So let me define first antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. This is a condition when bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites change over time and no longer respond to medicines, making infections harder to treat, increasing the risk of disease spread, severe illness, and death. Definitely, this has emerged as an important threat. In fact, in 2050, they have estimated that around 10 million would die because of antimicrobial resistance. This is much higher with individual infections and even higher with cancer itself. So in 1988, the Department of Health has established the Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance Program, which intends to collect susceptibility rates and resistance of the commonly isolated pathogens in different laboratories nationwide. There are around 24 sentinel sites in the Philippines, and definitely as of 2019, they have reported high rates of resistance among these pathogens. So for the gram-negative bacilli, which are common bugs of nosocomial or healthcare-associated infections, E. coli, Klebsiella, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Acinetobacter species, as well as Streptococcus pneumoniae, Staphylococcus aureus, the MRSA rate now is still 52%, and Neisseria gonorrhoeae. So how does AMR occur? So number one, there's overprescription of antibiotics. 2, patients not finishing the entire antibiotic course. 3, overuse of antibiotics in livestock and fish farming. So these 3 definitely are related, of course, to misuse, overuse, or inappropriate use of antibiotics. Poor infection control in healthcare settings, poor hygiene and sanitation, and absence of new antibiotics being discovered as declared by the WHO. Definitely, there are less antibiotics now in the pipeline, although we have encountered, or we have introduced, or we are now using new antibiotics that have just arrived, but these definitely are much more expensive, and we definitely reserve them for the much resistant bugs that we also encounter in the hospital setting. Now, the consequences of antibiotic resistance is highly problematic because of its severity that leads to higher medical costs. Because of the treatment failure, there's prolonged hospital stay and increased mortality. So this is an old illustration on how an antibiotic can actually select pressure and cause antibiotic resistance. So if a person actually takes in an antibiotic and it does not complete the course, definitely all the susceptible organisms can actually be killed or eradicated. However, this individual can develop or can have a resistant organism. Now, because of the continuing proliferation and multiplication of this organism, this can actually can cause a new infection later on, particularly among susceptible or those belonging to the vulnerable group. And that's the reason why bacterial resistance emerged, primarily because of the use of antibiotics. And another big problem related to this is, of course, the spread of this antibiotic resistance. Just remember, the infection is not actually resistant, but the organism that can easily spread to others, primarily because of non-adherence to the essential measures that can prevent, of course, the propagation of this organism to other people. For example, in the community, for an individual who has an infection, if he takes an antibiotic, however, he doesn't complete the course, definitely he can feel better, but he would actually now harbor a more resistant bug primarily because of the multiplication of the resistant organism. Now, if he develops another infection, this individual can actually get admitted to the hospital. Looking at this extreme right figure, now in the hospital, this can actually proliferate or spread to other people if the healthcare workers will not adhere to the usual infection control measures like hand hygiene. So this can actually cause outbreaks or class of infections, will pose more problems in the hospital, and later on can cause more nosocomial infections and therefore higher cost of treatments and can cause higher mortality. Now in the community, antibiotic or resistant organisms can actually be coming from the animals or the food that we eat. Remember that these animals are being given feedings that have antibiotic, and therefore this can also induce resistance among the organisms that are living in these animals. Now, when we take them, of course, we can now get the resistant organisms and later on cause problems when we have developed infection. The plants can also harbor them, primarily because of the excreta or the stool from the animals that can be used as um, something that can help grow these plants. And therefore, this can again be acquired by the animals and later on spread to other people and cause bacterial resistance. So AMR increases with misuse and overuse of antimicrobials in humans, animals, and plants. Lack of access to clean water, sanitation, hygiene for both humans and animals. And now because of COVID-19, just remember that all those patients who get hospitalized because of COVID-19 receive antibiotic treatment primarily because of the possibility of coexisting bacterial infections that we usually see in bacterial pneumonia. So in 87.7% in hospitalized patients, only 6.9% actually have coexisting bacterial infections. So this setting can actually make clinicians prescribe antibiotics left and right, primarily because of the belief or that risk of these individuals having bacterial co-infections. However, we must learn how to use antibiotics properly by discontinuing them, especially if we don't find any bug or if there's really no reason for us to believe that there is a bacterial co-infection in this group of patients. Now, moving to antimicrobial stewardship, which is defined as the optimal selection, dosage, and duration of antimicrobial treatment that results in the best clinical outcome for the treatment or prevention of infection, with minimal toxicity to the patient and minimal impact on subsequent resistance. So by looking at this definition, it doesn't only involve treatment, but even the prophylactic use of antibiotics. And therefore, this can be a reason for the overuse of some antibiotics. In fact, many antibiotic prophylaxis may not actually be a recommended one, and some of these antibiotics are overused by giving them more than one dose or even during the entire stay of the patient in the hospital. And of course, we also need to monitor our patients in terms of the adverse events related to the use of the drug so that we can also address them properly. So antibiotic stewardship definitely decrease, or so they say increase good patient outcomes, but decrease antibiotic resistance, and of course decrease collateral damage like Clostridium difficile infection, and definitely decrease the cost of treatment. Promoting antibiotic best practices is the first step in antibiotic stewardship. Certainly, if we become more logical, we can prevent, of course, emergence of bacterial resistance by preventing collateral damage by making sure that we don't give or overuse broad-spectrum antibiotic to our patients. And antibiotic stewardship programs are a win-win for all involved, both patients as well as clinicians, as well as the hospital itself. So this is an ideal organizational structure of the MS program in the hospital, So in the center, you can see the AMS committee who has the AMS team with the AMS clinician, pharmacist, as well as executive or infection control officer, which will work hand in hand with the microbiology laboratory that can provide the guide through the hospital antibiogram. And the AMS committee shall fall under directly with the chief of hospital or medical director. And this committee shall also work in collaboration with the therapeutics committee as well as the infection prevention and control committee. So it's a teamwork, definitely cannot be done by one alone. No? And these are the 6 core elements of the Department of Health National AMS program. First, of course, the leadership. Then second, the policies, guidelines, and clinical pathways. These are quite important to guide clinicians into how we can properly manage our patients. We need to do surveillance of the antimicrobial use as well as antimicrobial resistance aside from the hospital antibiogram. The actions, the strategies that we need to implement so that we can actually coherently or smoothly follow, of course, what is listed down in the Department of Health National AMS program. So we need to do audit and feedback, point of care intervention, so also to teach our colleagues in terms of how they can handle the patients properly, and restrictive intervention strategies following the formulary, as well as doing pre-authorization and 7-day automatic stop order. Now, didactic lectures as well as workshops can be done, and this should be continuous so that all of us will become familiar with how this AMS program is. And of course, very crucial is monitoring the progress, check the clinical indicators, know if our AMS program is working, know how frequent we use an antibiotic, as well as knowing when these people are actually shifting the IV form to an oral formulation. So the Philippines now has this national antibiotic guidelines spearheaded by Dr. Mediador Saniel, updated in 2018. You can see the contents, all the types of infections. A good thing, it also lists down the different empiric regimens recommended for each type of infection. Another good thing about this is that all the antibiotics included in the recommendation are listed also in the physical national formulary. So this is due for update in 2020 so that we can include the new antibiotics that are available now in the Philippines. So this is an illustration of an integrated stewardship model on antimicrobial infection prevention and diagnostic aid. So looking at the patient with possible infectious problems. So once we have assessed and evaluated each patient needs an antibacterial treatment, we perform microbiologic examination. We follow, of course, the antibiogram as well as a formulary, as well as a pathway that is actually being circulated in the hospital. Now, once we have started the empiric antimicrobial therapy, we monitor our patient, and then, of course, we coordinate to the pharmacy. Certainly, if there are side effects, then we need to modify and change the antibiotic. Now, once the bacteria is identified and there's an available culture and sensitivity results, then we follow it. We do the pathogen-directed therapy so that we can optimize the therapy. Now, viral identification is also important so that we can also follow the appropriate infection control measures that we need to implement. For example, if it's airborne, then we need to observe airborne precautions as well as droplet, because we must also contain this infection and avoid, of course, the spread of these types of infections in the hospital. And therefore, following this algorithm, this can lead to a successful management of all our infected patients. So, antimicrobial stewardship entails rational antimicrobial use, and we define it as those individuals receiving antibiotics that are appropriate in doses that meet their own individual requirements for an adequate period of time and at the lowest cost, both to them and the community. So remember the 3 right Ds: right drug, right dose, right duration, which are the basic principles of rational antimicrobial use. Of course, if you move up to an antimicrobial stewardship, it becomes 5. Just include accurate diagnosis and de-escalation opportunity, which are quite important in terms of the overall management of our patients with infections. Again, diagnosis must be right. We must remember that not all infections can warrant antibiotic treatment. In fact, some viral infections or most viral infections resolve spontaneously, and it's only necessary to give them if they develop, of course, the severe manifestations. Now, de-escalation opportunity is also very important because we need to learn how to modify antibiotic based on the clinical status of our patient, as well as using the culture and sensitive results that are available. Now, moving to healthcare-associated infections, which are part, of course, of all those conditions that are being monitored among hospitalized patients, aside from, of course, drug adverse events and, of course, surgical complications. HCI are infections that first appear 48 hours or more after hospitalization or within 30 days after having received health care. So we've expanded the definition. So previously, this is hospital-acquired infections or nosocomial infections. Now we term it as HCI because, of course, our patients get exposed to different forms of interventions that can also be given or in other facilities like dialysis, ambulatory facilities, and long-term care facilities. And certain exposure to this kind of interventions can make them predisposed to have healthcare-associated infections. So from the Agency on Healthcare Research and Quality in the United States, you can see that outpatient surgeries almost equal now the inpatient surgeries. And you can see that this primarily because of that, of course, of that concept that this will make them less likely to develop any healthcare-associated condition, including infections. So for outpatient surgery, most of the time, these are the head and neck surgeries, particularly the eyes and the ears. Now, for inpatient surgeries, you can see that these are usually among obstetrical procedures, respiratory, and cardiovascular procedures. Now, for spine surgeries, IDOU also documented that there's increasing number of outpatient and ambulatory care procedures, both for laminar and cervical or lumbar or cervical laminotomy. Now, the AHRQ has documented declines in hospital-acquired conditions. So when we talk about healthcare-associated infections, there is a decrease in catheter-associated urinary tract infection or CAUTI by 5%. For central line-associated bloodstream infection or CLABSI, that's 6%. For Clostridium difficile infections, that's a high 37%. For ventilator-associated pneumonia, that's 13%. However, there's an increase of surgical site infections on around 8%. Now, in developing countries, there's limited data in terms of continuing surveillance for healthcare-associated infections. Now, a systematic review by Allegranzi published in 2011, it showed a pooled prevalence rate of overall healthcare-associated infection around 15.5 per 100 patients in high-quality studies and 8.5 in low-quality studies. The density of overall healthcare-associated infection ranged from 9 to 91.7 episodes per 1,000 patient days. And the frequent microbiologic isolates include gram-negative bacilli, which is the most common among all, and then Staphylococcus aureus, most frequent in surgical site infections, and Acinetobacter, the most frequent in VAP and bloodstream infections. Now, in Southeast Asia, the pooled prevalence of HCI or hospital-acquired infections is 9.0%, while the pooled incidence density is 20 cases per 1,000 ICU days. Now, looking at the device-associated infection rates, for VAP is 14.7 per 1,000 ventilator days, while for CLABSI is 4.7 and 8.9 for CAUTI. Now, for surgical site infections is 7.8%. Now, in terms of the common microorganisms, overall, most frequent is gram-negative organisms, particularly the more resistant bugs like Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Klebsiella, and Acinetobacter baumannii. Now, Staphylococcus aureus has been isolated third in SSI, second in CLABSI. Now, Candida is the most frequent among catheter-associated UTI infections. So what are the strategies to prevent healthcare-associated infections? By looking at this figure lifted from the Global Alliance on Surgical Infections, you can see that predominantly these are the essential measures to control infections in general. No? So when you talk about hand hygiene, certainly this is the most cost-effective way or means to prevent any type of infection. Remembering the 5 moments, of course, before handling the patient, before doing any aseptic procedure, after the contact, after exposure to fluids, and after touching the surfaces. Certainly, we need to wash or make sure that our hands are clean. Now, environmental hygiene, making sure that we disinfect, sterilize the equipments and devices to use when we take care of our patients. That's quite important. Definitely, we screen and cohort isolate those individuals with resistant infections. Of course, if we are able to document that is airborne or droplet, then we add this transmission-based precautionary measures so that we can prevent the spread or class of infections in the hospital. Now, surveillance must be done, particularly for healthcare-associated infections, to monitor the trends and check for outbreaks or clusters that we need control immediately. Now, antibiotic stewardship definitely is part of the strategies to prevent healthcare-associated infections, along with following the guidelines and the pathway that we need to create for our hospital, as well as having that mindset of a safety culture, which is the number one goal in terms of handling patients or providing healthcare delivery. Now, let me talk about bundles of care. This is actually a combined interventions to prevent or control healthcare-associated infection. These are evidence-based practices that have been shown to reduce any infection control, and the yield or the effectiveness is much higher if we actually combine all these interventions. So what are the known facts on bundles? Implementation can assist in enhancing compliance because these are evidence-based quality measures, and this definitely can improve patient care. And it helps to create reliable and consistent care systems, basically because these are simple. These are usually 3 to 5 or even more, provided that this will not pose a problem in terms of adherence, and they should be clear and concise. And we follow the all or none approach. We should not actually forget doing the one, because these are combined intervention. Definitely, this will give you more effective results. Healthcare providers are advised to always follow each bundle element for every patient. The measures are adapted to the local setting. So certainly we need to look at each measure, whether this can be applicable, because we can actually change or replace it with another one that can be more useful in our setting. And effective ways to implement change and improve the culture of patient safety. And therefore, of course, we must adhere, of course, with the clinical pathways that we have created. And we also need to come out with how-to guidelines and checklists. So there are preventive bundles that are recognized for each type of HCI. Let me focus on VAP and SSI. So for VAP bundle, it includes elevating the head, daily sedation interruption, daily oral care with chlorhexidine, prophylaxis with PUD, and DVT. Other components of the VAP bundle may include, of course, use of subglottic secretion drainage attached to the endotracheal tubes, and initiation of safe enteral nutrition within 24 to 48 hours of ICU admission. But do not forget, of course, that this should be supplemented with the standard precautions and the adequate disinfection and maintenance of equipment and devices. Now, there are many studies that have done to evaluate the VAP bundles, and certainly they have shown effectiveness at varying degrees, and a systematic review by Denif et al. And they have and he has seen, of course, the most representative components that include elevation of head, daily assessment readiness to extubate, oral hygiene, and hand hygiene. Other studies included the prophylaxis for PUD as well as DVT. And this systematic review has shown decreased VAP incidence to a median of 4.6 per 1,000 ventilator days with an IRR of 0.45. So certainly, combining all the interventions that are evidence-based can help, of course, control the infections, and can definitely, our goal is, of course, a zero infection rate. Now, for the SSI bundle, this includes administration of parenteral antibiotics that should be given within 60 minutes prior to incision. Patients should be washed with soap or antiseptic agent within the night prior to surgery. Avoid hair removal using electric clippers if necessary. Use alcohol-based disinfectant for skin preparation in the operating room. And then maintain intraoperative glycemic control with target blood glucose levels less than 200 milligrams per deciliter. Maintain perioperative normothermia. Administer a crisp fraction of inspired oxygen during surgery and after extubation. Now, there are many studies also looking at the different types of surgery, but let me focus on the bundles for colorectal surgery. We know that SSI rates can be from 15 to 30%, and the bundles of intervention included prophylactic and oral antibiotics, maintenance of euglycemia and normothermia, as well as having the dressing placed there for the next 48 hours. And of course, there are other operative and perioperative interventions that were included here in the retrospective cohort study involving 559 patients. There is a significant reduction in superficial SSIs, as well as post-operative sepsis and length of stay. Now, moving to AMS and infection prevention, these are the different strategies listed by IDSA and SHEA in terms of implementing antimicrobial stewardship programs in different hospitals. So let me focus on this interventions or strategies that entail, of course, antimicrobial usage, for example, reducing therapy to shortest effective duration and increasing appropriate use of oral antibiotics and transition from intravenous to oral, which is we term as de-escalation therapy or a pathogen-directed therapy, especially if there's culture sensitivity result. Now, we also need to conduct continuing didactic education and, of course, promote the use of facility-specific clinical practice guidelines or clinical pathways. And, of course, we have to come out with an antibiogram that should be circulated into different clinicians. It must be stratified so that they can properly use it depending on where and what type of patients they're handling. And of course, we also can implement selective or cascade reportive antibiotic susceptibility testing so that we can regulate, we can know which two of these antibiotics should be reserved and which antibiotics can be freely useful, provided they are effective in terms of the antibiogram being circulated. So let me show you the core elements of antibiotic stewardship lifted from the Alliance of Surgical Infections, or Global Alliance Surgical Infections. Here you can see that majority are related to the antimicrobial use in terms of the dose and duration, and of course, the selection of the appropriate antibiotic. There's also a need to control, of course, the source of infection, particularly for anything that is surgical, if there is an abscess that needs to be drained. And of course, we need to assess, of course, whether we can shift the antibiotic immediately, especially if the patient's status is clinically improving and there is an available reliable culture susceptible results. And this should be done along with the other infection control measures and, of course, education and monitoring on hospital-acquired or healthcare-associated infections and drug resistance. Now, I got this from the WHO for us to become familiar on doing surveillance or implementing proper antimicrobial use, particularly in the hospital setting or in our clinical practice as well. Primarily because we need to optimize every antibiotic that's available. Of course, we also need to remember, of course, what we will be having in the future, the universal healthcare in our setting. And certainly, we must become aware of the EML classification released by the WHO. EML means Essential Medicines List, while aware of A actually means access drugs. So these are the group of antibiotics that can be used freely, provided that they can become effective, provided with the resistance patterns that are being circulated. And of course, W means watch drugs, meaning these are those antibiotics that are effective. However, they have a likelihood of inducing drug resistance. For example, cephalosporins are known to be culprits in terms of inducing production of ESBL by gram-negative organisms. Therefore, we need to watch out and monitor these drugs. And R are the reserved group of drugs, meaning they are actually not used unless necessary, unless if there's no other option but to use this group of drugs. And this, of course, are some antibiotics that we only use for infections that are due to multi-drug or pan-drug resistant organisms. So in the antimicrobial stewardship, we must be able to discern which of these antibiotics can be properly used, depending, of course, on indication, depending on what is being released by the hospital based from the antimicrobial stewardship program. So in terms of eliminating HCIs, we must remember the 5 pillars of infection control, which include hand hygiene, decontamination of items, equipment, and the environment, isolation of patients, and barrier precautions, and of course, rational use of antimicrobials. So in summary, Antimicrobial stewardship is an important tool in decreasing the emergence of antimicrobial resistance, providing aid in eliminating healthcare-associated infections. Judicious antibiotic use must always be followed. Implementation of essential control measures is important to ensure adequate containment of infections. So recently, we celebrated the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week, and this is actually regularly pegged on November 18 to 24 with the theme Antimicrobials Handled with Care and the call to healthcare sector to unite to preserve antimicrobials. And the PCP has conducted several activities, symposia, health forum, lay forum, and contests to encourage, of course, all our members as well as all doctors in terms of rational antibiotic use. We also look at the use of vaccines in terms of AMR because definitely by preventing infections, we can also prevent the use of antimicrobials left and right. So these are the 12 steps to prevent AMR in hospital adults. Divide to 4, prevent infection, diagnose and treat infection effectively, prevent transmission, and use antimicrobial wisely. So let me end. Whatever you are working on, engage in it with zest because your work is for the Lord and expects your best. Whatever you do, do it heartily as to the Lord and not to men. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Panaligan, for giving us an IDS perspective to our otherwise surgical convention. Now, we all know that the main purpose of the AMS is for the stewardship of antibiotics in each of our hospitals. And now more than ever, it is already highlighted given our current pandemic. Now, one question I'd like to ask is with regards to the SSI bundle, Doc, is giving the pre-op antibiotic 60 minutes or 1 hour prior to surgery standard. I know I do this, and I think most of us practice this, but there are several articles that have already come out that some of them give 2 hours prior, like for some quinolones like ciprofloxacin. Could you comment on that, Doc?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Definitely, we need to emphasize, of course, the proper use of antibiotic prophylaxis, particularly for elective surgeries. There are some, of course, that do not even require prophylactic antibiotics. But, of course, in almost all cases, you should be within an hour so that we can still provide the adequate level at the site of infection or the site of surgery. The studies conducted among antibiotics that are given within 2 hours are usually among those antibiotics that are concentration dependent, like what you said, the fluoroquinolones, no? This can also be possible with some of the antibiotics, like even vancomycin, that has to be infused for an hour to avoid the red band syndrome. And of course, ertapenem, for example, which has a half-life or more than 12 hours. No? So these are some some situations when you can give these antibiotics for within 2 hours. But again, in most cases, all the antibiotics that are given prophylactically should be given within an hour. And we know that most of the time it's cefazolin, and therefore it should be given within an hour prior to incision.
One last, Doc, before we let you go. I know this is not part of your lecture, but I'd like to take this opportunity since with regards to our current COVID-19 pandemic, we all know that most of our hospitals already have our clinical practice guidelines with regards to treating COVID-19 disease. Can you care to comment on the use of antiretrovirals as one of the mainstays for COVID-19, most specifically remdesivir?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, remdesivir has been part of the Solidarity trial, and actually I'm one of the trialists for the Solidarity trial in the Philippines. And what we have released, of course, in the New England Journal of Medicine is that all the arms that were included in the Solidarity trial did not show any benefit in terms of decreasing mortality and even decreasing the course of stay among hospitalized patients with COVID-19. But of course, there are still other trials like the recovery trial and some small trials that have documented some benefit with remdesivir. So up to now, there's an option that you can give it, but you just have to remember to explain to our patients if they're gonna receive it, they really need to know, of course, the consequences, whether it's gonna be beneficial or not, and the second, of course, the side effects that this patient can develop. In addition, there are some precautionary measures or some precautions when I say conditions that would contraindicate its use. For example, if the creatinine clearance or the kidneys are deranged, and therefore we should avoid giving remdesivir. Now, for the other antiviral drugs, of course, there's ongoing trial of favipiravir. And we still don't know the results yet, but small trials show that it can be beneficial in preventing progression from mild to moderate, but still we don't know the results yet of the bigger trials, including, of course, the one that's being conducted in the Philippines. Now, for other interventions, it's unfortunate that the only thing that has been proven to be beneficial is dexamethasone. I know I know you're familiar with the steroid, but usually this is being done. I need to emphasize this. This is being given only for those patients requiring oxygen, not for the mild or moderate without oxygen requirement.
All right. If there are no more questions, we'd like to thank Dr. Panaligan for gracing this occasion and giving light on certain topics with regards to the IDS. Thank you very much, Dr. Panaligan, and we will be sending you your certificate and your token. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much, IDS Med. So we would like to proceed with our lectures. Our next speaker is one of the Board of Regents of the PCS. He is a general surgeon with a fellowship in head and neck and surgical oncology, a fellow of the American College of Surgeons, and one of the Board of Governors of the Surgical Oncologist Society of the Philippines. Can I present to you Dr. Rodney Dofitas?
So good afternoon. Is that from? So it is said by our famous philosopher, Seneca, one of my favorite Seneca. To err is human. And I think that will be my pervading message for this afternoon's talk. Next slide, please. So this afternoon, I'd like to speak about evidence-based in patient safety in surgery. I upload this afternoon. So next slide. Next slide, please. What is evidence-based medicine? So one of the main themes of the topic this afternoon. It is the integration of best research evidence with clinical expertise and patient value. Conscious use of current best evidence from medical care research to make decisions about the medical care of individuals. Next slide. Of the doctor's clinical expertise, best research evidence, patient preference, and when they intersect, that is what we call the evidence-based medicine, which is the pursuit of the best possible outcomes for the patient. Next slide, please. Just some milestones in the history of EBM, which might interest all our listeners today. Would you believe that 900 AD, it was Al-Razi when he said, "For I once saw one group of it, while I intentionally neglected another. By doing that, I wish to reach a conclusion." Al-Razi is also one of the two Mohammedan or Muslim doctors that I came to admire. Very, very important in the history of medicine. Followed, James Lind published a review on clinical trials when he studied scurvy. Louis, remember bloodletting practices in France. And of course, Bradford Hill, when he published Principles of Medical Statistics and MRCA trial of streptomycin. In 1937. And in 1960 was published. And soon had a clinical and epidemiology in biostatistics, and then books on effectiveness and efficacy. Dr. Kalima, myself, my wife soon became mid-80s. So before they just publish it and they will come, and then they try to teach them, and that's how EBM will be in the future. Next slide, please. So of course, we all know David Sackett when he did chart rounds in 1995. You have to have 2 to 3 questions for your patients. We were all either residents or young consultants then. Then we had to look for the evidence and change our decisions a third of our time. And if you could see, previously appraised topics were easiest, fastest to have find the best evidence. It was very still hard to search at Medline even that time. Next slide, please. So if you look at identifying the best research for treatment, it will be the greatest will be randomized controlled trial. Same with etiology and prevention studies. And of course, for diagnosis and clinical examination, it will be prospective studies. These were the highest ones. And of course, for cost, we had already cost analysis lessons. Then next slide, please. Such that all medical students, health workers had to understand the evidence of pyramid. That's why the dinosaurs died out. Experts' opinion became rare. And we all wanted RCTs eventually becoming systematic reviews with or without meta-analysis. Next slide, please. And of course, who can forget this man? Because he said it's a great criticism to our profession that we have not organized a summary by specialty or subspecialty and adapted periodically of all relevant randomized clinical trials. So that's how Cochrane collaboration or Cochrane references came out. And hats off to Archie Cochrane, the British researcher who pioneered on this. We are all grateful for him. Next slide, please. And of course, we were all told that we had used to use EBM in our decision making. You, from step 1, identify the decision to be made, gather information. Step 2, identify alternatives, weigh the evidence, choose alternatives, and take action and review the decision. Next slide. So basically, it was simplified to a 5-stage approach, frame a proper, pertinent, and focused question using PIOM method. Then search the literature, do critical appraisal of the literature, and integrate the evidence with clinical expertise and patient values, and then evaluate the process. Next slide, please. But the main criticism of EBM then was that it was clinical. It was for single individuals, single interventions. There were only limited outcomes, not very consumer-oriented, and there was a lot of quantitative approach to research and evaluation. Because as doctors, the public and the public health begs their question. What about populations and communities? What about strategies or combinations of strategies? How about not only outcomes, but the processes? And can we not involve community members in design and evaluation? How about a lot of qualitative data were very important? And how about health promotion theories and benefits? Next slide, please. So it gave rise to evidence-based public health. So we're faced with the development and evaluation of effective programs and policies in public health, not just one individual, through the application of principles of scientific reasoning, including systematic use of data and information systems, and appropriate use of behavioral science theory and program planning models. Next slide, please. And of course, going to our topic this afternoon, I will not be lecturing on evidence-based, as I said, no information overload for all of these. Can we have the next slide, please? So we all know from the Global Patient Safety Challenge, from the World Alliance for Safety, Patient Safety, that there are more than 235 million of surgeries done globally. Ang dami. The death is variable, 0.4 to 0.8%. The complications very, very variable, 3 to 16%. 1 million deaths and more than 7 million disabling complications. That's why it has become a public health issue. Next slide, please. So the patient safety movement from the World Health Assembly Initiative started in 1995 when the Harvard Medical Practice Study results were published. And then there were initiatives by the Institute of Medicine saying that to err is human. In my first slide, the development of an organization with a memory because they remember what went wrong. And what was critical was the 55th World Health Assembly in 2002 when they had a resolution saying that we have to have patient safety nets. Next slide, please. So in 2004, there was a launch of the World Alliance for Patient Safety, and eventually the launch of the first Global Patient Safety Challenge, partnered with WHO. Next slide, please. So these are two very famous. They say it was the World Health Organization and Alliance, but this afternoon I should say that it really started when Hippocrates was actually who's the father of medicine, said that first do no harm. So I propose my treatise this afternoon that the father of patient safety is Hippocrates. And in this very rare drawing artist rendition, he was talking to Galen. Galen is a famous, very, very famous surgeon. And his very famous quote is that I sutured the wound, I cut and sutured the wound, but it was only God that healed it. So that's why this afternoon it's about patient safety and surgery. Next slide, please. So what is patient safety? It is avoidance, prevention, and amelioration of adverse outcomes or injuries stemming from the processes of healthcare. Next slide, please. So harmful events include error, deviations, and accidents. And safety emerges from the interaction. Remember the interaction of the components of the system. It does not reside in a person, device, or department. We improve safety depending on how we learn. How safety emerges from the interaction of these components. And it's just a patient is a subset of healthcare quality. Next slide, please. So very important when we say error, it's a failure of a planned action to be completed as intended or used of a wrong or appropriate or incorrect plan. An adverse event is an injury that was caused by medical management or complication that results in prolonged hospitalization or disability. And important also is a near miss. We all have a near miss, an event that almost happened or an event that did not happen but no one knows about. If the person involved in the near miss does not come forward, no one may ever know. But it's very crucial to record all these things also in the interest of patient safety. Next slide, please. So, according to Professor Lip, when he testified in the US Senate, human beings make mistakes not because of the individual, but because of the system, tasks, and processes that they work in are poorly designed. So every error has a root cause and every cause has a solution. And errors can be prevented with everyone's initiative in the system. So this is now the prevailing thought that it's more of a system error than a human error. Next slide, please. So as I have said, the World Alliance for Patient Safety went into a big picture now with World Health Organization, and the WHO now is tasked to coordinate, facilitate, and accelerate patient safety improvements around the world. Next slide, please. So the World Alliance for Patient Safety has 10 action areas. If you look from on the right side of your screen, solutions to improve patient safety. If you look on the left, global patient safety challenges. The second part is on the right is High Fives W project, technology for patient safety, knowledge management, special education projects. So there are many action areas that we have to learn, and all of these are to catalyze the countries into action to achieve safety of care. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the High Five project, because I'm talking about evidence-based medicine and surgery. If you look at it, the first phase is was initiated and involved identification of 5 evidence-based solutions for patient safety and development of SOPs. So look, it's in 2006, it was already evidence-based solutions. And the solutions are managing concentrated injectable medicines, assuring medication accuracy, communication during patient care handovers, improved hand hygiene and infection, performance of correct procedure and body sites, the main elements of patient safety, surgical safety. And these are all evidence-based solutions. Next slide, please. The second phase is identifying lead agencies now and coordinating with different countries. So as I've said, root cause analysis, safety indicators, cultural assessment, and economic impacts. Pangalawa na lang sila because the first initiative was on evidence-based. And the third phase is that encouraging participating countries to use their established relation. This is already making it big. But the basic is evidence-based medicine. Next slide, please. So when we say patient safety, our forefront is evidence-based medicine. But there are so many speakers, experts who have talked before me about patient safety. And I must submit that we're learning from engineering, especially the engineering lessons of the airline industry, to make it a really patient safety protocol. Next slide, please. So shared safety behaviors of aviation, meaning engineering and medicine, human factors of engineering, fatigue and stress, effective communication, shared awareness and teamwork. So they're helped by briefings, debriefing, workload distribution, cross-monitoring, assertiveness, and checklists. These are how do you do countermeasures. And from engineering, it was applied to medicine for patient safety. Next slide, please. And if you really look at it from an engineering, quasi-engineering, a patient safety involves environmental safety, medical safety, surgical safety, electrical, laboratory, sanitation, blood safety, equipment safety. So it's a big whole conglomerate of different factors interworking together. But I will focus on surgical safety on the right side of your screen now. Next slide, please. So the overall concept, because I'm tying up evidence to the practice of safe surgery, we envision the problem to the larger healthcare system and encourage collaborative and multidisciplinary teams centrally and locally. Next slide, please. So how do we translate evidence the practice of surgery? So there's harm, you measure harm, you understand the cause, then identify the solution, evaluating the impact of that solution, and then you translate evidence to safer care, and then you move back into the cycle again. This is how to translate evidence to practice of safe surgery. Next slide, please. So in other words, being written, summarize the evidence, use of EBM, identify local barriers to implement the intervention, because that's what they've realized, the local barriers. Measure performance, so there's always, and ensure all patients get the intervention. Next slide, please. So now, being a surgeon, maybe we, or you can ask me, how safe are our patients today undergoing surgery using EBM and engineering? Next slide, please. So surgical, as we've said, surgery is a public health issue, and the World Health Organization has a Safe Surgery Lives campaign, and I would like it to share with a lot of you. I did not invent this. Next slide, please. So they identified 3 central problems, very simple lang. Unrecognized. Surgery was unrecognized as a public health issue. There's lack of data on surgery, and there is a failure to use safety know-hows. Next slide. Next slide, please. So unrecognized as a public health issue, as I've said, 234 million operations, 3% to 16% morbidity rate. That's what it was meant as a public health issue. Next slide, please. There's lack of data on surgery outcomes. Improvements to improve them depends on surveillance. So we do not really have good surveillance, especially in surgical care. Next slide, please. Safety know-how. So there are high rates of a lot of preventable surgical site infection. We have lectures on this. There are lots of anesthetic complications, and wrong patient, wrong site operations persist. So we now know the problem. Next slide, please. So the Safe Surgery Save Lives program has 3 strategies. So because it's a public health issue that's unknown, you promote it, let people know. Because there's no surveillance, then create a checklist to improve the standards. And then number 3, collect surgical vital statistics. That's how it works. Next slide, please. So summarizing it, there are 10 objectives of Surgery Save Lives program. So you have to have a correct patient and a correct site. You prevent harm from anesthetics, prepare airway emergencies, prepare for high blood loss, avoid allergies, minimize surgical site infection, prevent retention of instrument and sponges, accurately secure and identify specimen, effectively communicate critical information, and establish surveillance of capacity, volumes, and results. So each one of them has a specific lecture. Each one of them is a topic by itself and a lecture. But we're just summarizing to you that these are the 10 objectives that your surgery or your patient's surgery or your relative surgery is safe nowadays, because we have evidence and policies regarding this. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of a safe surgery checklist. And I'm sure there were a lot of lectures before me. Next slide, please. Methods in this. So guidelines can improve value to care. To achieve the benefit of guidelines, you must have good implementation strategies. We use professional societies like our society, the International College of Surgeons, the Philippine Colleges, other like-minded societies to create guidelines and implement them. And then we use government agencies, I meant were academic institutions to contribute to guidelines creation and implementation. Next slide, please. So the reality is that currently hospitals do most things, most of the right things on most patients, most of the time. But the goal is good patient safety for all patients, for all the right, doing all the right things on all patients all the time. No error. Very, very. So for this afternoon, I hope I tied together evidence-based medicine and practice, safe practice of safe surgery. And we should really, why we should be interested even at this present time. There's an increasing realization among clinicians, doctors like you and me, that years of experience and accompanied by updating of knowledge can result in decline of clinical performance. And there's a need for valid information about diagnosis, therapy, prognosis, and prevention in this era of consumer activism. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. And we're saying that I'm going back in my lecture to Seneca when he said, errare human est, perseverare diabolicum. No? So what does that mean? Next slide, please. So to err is human, but to persist in the mistake is really, really bad. We can really have good patient safety nowadays. So with that, thank you very much, and thank you International College of Surgeons for inviting me, and thank you very much Dr. Kalimag for inviting me to talk in your 71st annual convention. Maraming salamat po, and I hope I did not give you information overload. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dafitas. I think you're broadcasting from Bicol, right? So we truly understand how difficult it is to broadcast live from Bicol at this point, especially given the fact that you were devastated with 2 typhoons recently. So we truly appreciate having you as one of our lecturers. And we truly understand the challenge of broadcasting live from Bicol. Now, there's a question on the floor with regards to the 10 objectives for safe surgery. Which do you think is the most challenging one in our local setup? So of the 10 objectives for safe surgery, which do you think, Doc, is the most challenging given our setup here in the Philippines?
Maybe we can show that 10 objectives. Well, the most devastating, of course, is the most devastating, of course, is the number 1. You operate on the wrong patient, on the wrong side, because that's actually how safe surgery started. It became a very, very big issue when patients were operated on the different side. But again, as they said, don't take it piece by piece. Take it as a whole because everyone works together. But if I have to choose, because at the end of the day, a surgeon should operate on the right patient with the right indication and at the right time. That's how it is to be a surgeon. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you, Dr. Dafitas, and I 100% agree. I think it's one of the most common, if not the most common cause of medical legal concerns with regards to surgery. Anyway, if there are no more questions, we'd like to thank Dr. Dafitas for that very informative lecture. And we will send your certificate along with your token. Maraming salamat, Dr. Dafitas.
Thank you.
Going on, We are indeed fortunate to have one of our next speakers who is very well known in the field of emergency medicine. He obtained his medical degree from the FEU NRMF Institute of Medicine. He is the chair of the academics of the Philippine College of Emergency Medicine, the training officer of the Department of Emergency Medicine at the Pasig City General Hospital. His various trainings is very lengthy in his PRC resume. To give us a lecture on the FAST and the POCUS, the focused assessment with sonography for trauma, I give to you Dr. Richard Henry Santos. Yes, Doc, we hear you.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, thank you very much for that kind introduction. And before I start, let me first greet everyone here a pleasant afternoon. I would also like to congratulate the ICS Philippine chapter on your 71st annual convention. It is an honor to be invited here and talk about point-of-care ultrasound. It's used in trauma, to be more specific, in my capacity as an emergency medicine specialist. So in relation to my discussion this afternoon, I don't have any financial disclosures. Okay. So this slide shows the objectives for today's presentation. First, we will describe the global burden of trauma in numbers. Second is to describe the indications and limitations of bedside ultrasound in trauma. Third is to define the relevant local anatomy and pathophysiology. Fourth is to understand the ultrasound technique or protocols used in the setting of trauma. And lastly, to recognize the relevant findings and pitfalls in the detection of hemoperitoneum, hemopericardium, and hemo or pneumothorax. So injuries are an important public health concern, and it remains to be a growing problem in some countries. According to the WHO, more than 5 million people die each year as a result of injuries. That's one person dying every 6 seconds. This accounts for about 9% of the total deaths, or nearly 1.7 times the number of fatalities if you combine deaths from HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Injuries affect all age groups, but have a particular impact on young people and people in their prime working years. In fact, in the United States, death from trauma injuries is the leading cause of death for people below 46 years old. Globally, 2 of the 3 leading causes of injury deaths, namely road traffic injuries and falls, are predicted to rise in rank compared to other causes of death. As can be seen on the table on the right side, road traffic injuries are predicted to become the 7th leading cause of death by the year 2030, with falls rising to become the 17th leading cause of death, together with suicide remaining in the top 20. And for the Philippines, in the year 2013, the Philippine Statistics Authority was able to log 4,072 cases of deaths as a result of violence and injuries in the country, majority of which, or 78% of them, were males. The mean age of those who died was 38.44 years old. The mean age for males was lower compared to females at 37.42 years for the former and 42.03 for the latter. Moreover, of all of these deaths, only 36.1% were attended by a health professional. The worldwide mortality rate varies across different countries. In the Philippines, it is estimated that injury-related deaths account for 42.3 deaths per 100,000. Injury-related deaths over time have failed to decline, as shown on the graph on the screen. Deaths by these injuries since from 1990 have been stagnant at 40 deaths per 100,000 population, abruptly decreasing to 22 deaths per 100,000 in the year 1995, and remained at 42 per 100,000 deaths in 2013. Undeniably, this implies that injury is still a burden in the Philippines as a public health issue. Of all deaths from trauma, 30 to 40% is caused by hemorrhage. Among traumatic injuries, abdominothoracic injuries are the most prevalent and can be fatal without rapid intervention. However, the evaluation of thoracic and abdominal trauma can be a challenge. Clinical assessment, including physical examination, is inaccurate in the setting of blunt abdominal trauma, and physiological evaluation has limited sensitivity to detect hypovolemia. If intra-abdominal or interthoracic bleeding is present, the probability of death increases by 1% for every 3 minutes that pass without intervention. Hence, the delays in the treatment of trauma patients can be detrimental for patient outcomes. Trauma care has evolved all over the world with more efficient and integrated emergency medical systems. Many of these systems are achieving lower mortality rate comparatively to the past because of expeditious trauma management that starts immediately on scene all the way to the trauma resuscitation bay, often extending into the operating room. Clinicians who regularly manage critically ill and injured patients often lack the immediate clinical information that is essential to make the correct clinical decision. The use of emergency point-of-care ultrasound performed by bedside clinicians may provide some of this information, which will help in making the correct clinical decisions and improve overall patient outcomes. So the use of ultrasound, it is considered a safe and effective form of imaging that utilizes sound waves to examine internal human anatomy for both diagnostic purposes and procedure guidance. Ultrasound that is performed and interpreted by a trained provider at the patient's bedside in real time has become increasingly popular in many medical specialties, especially with the advent of smaller, high-quality machines around the 1990s. Many terms in the medical literature are used to describe this unique application of ultrasound, such as bedside, limited, focused, and goal-directed. But the favored terminology is clinician-performed point-of-care ultrasound, often abbreviated as POCUS. So POCUS is different from conventional ultrasound in that it is a rapid, limited study performed at the bedside for a specific diagnostic or therapeutic outcome. The procedure is being performed by the clinician in making the treatment decisions with the advantage of having an insight into the patient's symptoms and the background that the sonographer does not have. The scope of clinical questions that may be addressed with POCUS is less than with formal imaging. Typically, you try to answer binary yes or no questions, and you combine different examinations of various areas of the body. Despite its limitations, the POCUS has revealed to be one of the more useful techniques in different scenarios by assisting in treatment and guiding certain procedures that may be performed as part of the patient's management. So, indeed, over the last 30 years, health professionals have realized that POCUS is completely different from the routine radiological studies. These differences include: one, POCUS is a physiological study in which the shock status can be evaluated. Two, it is an on-spot clinical decision tool that helps in critical decision-making in emergency situations with a very short time. Three, it is an extension of your clinical examination and considered as the seventh sense in your physical exam. Four, it is unique with expanding indications to study different organs in a systematic approach given a short period of time. And finally, it is safe and repeatable and can be used exactly as a stethoscope in the hands of a trained acute care physician. Even during the pandemic, Wong et al. Has described the usefulness of POCUS. They have enumerated its advantages as follows. It is non-invasive. It negates the need to expose the patient to ionizing radiation. It is associated with minimal logistical disruption. It is repeatable, quick to perform, and relatively low cost. Because of the diversity of illness and illness severity, the emergency ultrasound is conceptually divided by the American College of Emergency Physicians into 5 functional categories as follows. So number 1 is resuscitative, 2 is diagnostic, 3 is symptom or sign-based, 4 is procedure guidance, and lastly, therapeutic and monitoring. Historically, providers perform diagnostic peritoneal lavage to detect hemoperitoneum. While extremely sensitive, DPL is an invasive procedure with a complication rate of 1%. CT remains to be the gold standard for diagnosing intra-abdominal injuries, which can detect as little as 100 mL of intraperitoneal fluid. However, time delays and transportation out of emergency department confounds the evaluation of hemodynamically unstable patients. The implementation of point-of-care ultrasound has significantly impacted the evaluation and treatment of patients. Ultrasound has considerable advantages, including its bedside availability, ease of use, and reproducibility. Furthermore, it is non-invasive, employs no radiation or contrast agents, and is inexpensive. So FAST stands for Focus Assessment with Sonography in Trauma. The FAST examination, like other focus procedures, is quick, non-invasive, and reliable, and has been a standard part of diagnostic algorithm since the 1990s in most US trauma centers. The use of FAST has largely replaced DPL, and aside from that, from the earlier mentioned advantages of focus, FAST has the following advantages. It decreases time to operative intervention, decreased patient length of stay in the hospital, decreased costs, decreased rate of complications, and decreased performance of CTs and DPLs. Its role in trauma management algorithm is evolving over the years and depends on many factors such as the following. First is the standardized and agreed institutional protocols, including the use of focused ultrasound, the availability of surgeons or a physician 24/7 was able to perform the procedure, availability of local resources, the setting of also the clinical setting. It can be done in the pre-hospital, in-hospital, and even in austere environments. Local political constraints and resistance to the use of ultrasound by non-radiologists is also an issue. Well, let's talk about some important principles in the performance of FAST. In trauma management, the most important preoperative objective is to ascertain whether or not laparotomy is needed, and not the diagnosis of a specific organ injury. The FAST exam looks for intraperitoneal and intrapericardial and echoic material representing fluid, which in the setting of traumas is assumed to be blood. So in some studies, the sensitivity of FAST is noted to be at 94.6%, specificity at 95.1%. The overall accuracy is 94.9%. The sensitivity approaches 100% in the setting of hypotension. The FAST examination evaluates 4 anatomic areas or potential spaces for the presence or absence of fluid in the injured patient. These include the hepatorenal recess or the Morrison's pouch, the splenorenal recess, the rectovesical or rectouterine space, and the pericardial space. These 4 spaces represent the most dependent areas in the supine patient. The volume of fluid accumulation required for visualization by ultrasound ranges from 250 to 620 mils, but more experienced sonographers can visualize volumes closer to 250 ml. In extended FAST, additional views or examination were added to the standard FAST. This allows for the examination of both lungs by adding bilateral anterior thoracic sonography to the FAST exam. It allows for detection of pneumothorax. So for our indications for EFAST, these include blunt and or penetrating abdominal and or thoracic trauma, including pediatric and pregnant patients. It is also indicated for patients presenting with undifferentiated shock and or hypotension. There are no absolute contraindications for EFAST. However, EFAST should not delay resuscitative efforts for patients in extremis. So for the performance of FAST, remember that there are 4 questions that we must answer in performing this procedure. Does the patient have blood in the abdomen? Does the patient have blood in the thorax? Does the patient have pericardial blood? And lastly, does the patient have a pneumothorax? In terms of transducer selection, the 1 megahertz to 5 megahertz curvilinear, also known as your abdominal probe, is used for the EFAST exam to eliminate delays when switching between transducers. However, the phased array or the cardiac probe is effective as well, particularly with parasternal windows. Likewise, the 5 to 20 megahertz or linear vascular probe is ideal for assessing the pleural sliding. So the EFAS is performed in real-time or B-mode imaging with the patient in the supine position. The examiner is usually at the level of the waist and scans from the right side of the patient. This will allow the provider's right hand to manipulate the probe, while the left hand to adjust gain and depth to optimize image acquisition. So these are the 4 views of your FAST. These are the 5 views of your EFAST. Your right upper quadrant, left upper quadrant, the pelvic views, subxiphoid, and your pulmonary views. For your right upper quadrant, you place the curvilinear probe along the posterior to mid-axillary line between the 8th and 11th rib spaces to establish a coronal view of the interface between the liver and the right kidney. This is known as your Morrison's pouch. The probe is swept anteriorly and posteriorly to evaluate the entirety of this space. The probe is slid caudally to evaluate the tip of the liver, and sometimes if you move the probe cephalad to visualize the diaphragm and inferior hemothorax, the liver can also be viewed in this acoustic window. Rib shadowing may be mitigated by rotating the probe to an oblique position. Typically, the left upper quadrant dependent recesses are more posterior and more cephalad since the spleen is generally smaller than the liver. Begin with the transducer along posterior axillary line between the 6th and 9th rib spaces in the sagittal orientation. Fan anteriorly and posteriorly to survey the splenorenal and parasplenic spaces. More cephalad to view the subphrenic space and the left inferior hemothorax. Locate for the pelvic view. First, you locate the pubic symphysis and place the probe transversely, immediately cephalad to it. And then a full bladder is, of course, preferable. However, if the bladder is decompressed, aim the probe caudally. Increase the depth to visualize posterior to the bladder, where free fluid collects. And then you sweep that area back and forth to assess the rectouterine and vesicouterine pouches. For the cardiac views, position the probe just below the xiphoid process in the transverse orientation. Increase the depth in order to view the entire pericardium. Use the liver as an acoustic window to enhance your images. Typically, a shallow probe angle of less than 15 degrees is necessary to see the entire cardiac silhouette. So for the EFAS, we also add your pulmonary views. So with that, we again, with the patient in the supine position, the probe is placed in a longitudinal orientation along the midclavicular line at the 3rd to 4th intercostal space. This is the most anterior portion of the thoracic cavity where free air accumulates as a pneumothorax. If the B-mode imaging is equivocal for lung sliding, change to M-mode. And there you will find in the grayscale image, it will have a distinct interface at the level of the pleura. Normal lung creates a grainy artifact below the pleural line known as the sandy beach or seashore sign. So ito po yan, nasa lower. So these images are examples of your positive EFAS exams wherein the anechoic areas would represent blood in the setting of acute trauma. Okay. There are no known complications from the performance of EFAS exam. However, ultrasound has several limitations. It is only 85% sensitive and requires the presence of more than 200 mL of intraperitoneal fluid to detect positive result. Serial EFAS exams can be helpful to prevent false negative studies. Other false negatives include patients with delayed presentations whose hemorrhage has clotted, causing a mixed echogenic patterns rather than the anechoic or black appearance of fresh blood. False positives also include ascites, peritoneal dialysate, ruptured ovarian cysts, and ruptured ectopic pregnancies. Additionally, ultrasound cannot distinguish between blood and urine in severe pelvic trauma and cannot evaluate retroperitoneal hemorrhages. Most importantly, the point-of-care ultrasound image acquisition and interpretation is limited by the provider's experience. So say, for example, you are in the trauma bay and you decide to use your EFAS in the evaluation of trauma patients. This is an example of your trauma bay decision protocol. So say, for example, you have a patient who is stable with traumatic mechanisms of injury but negative EFAS exam, you may opt to do observation. If the patient is stable with traumatic mechanisms with a positive EFAS, you can do a CT scan to facilitate confirmation of your diagnosis. For unstable patients with traumatic mechanism of injury with negative EFAS, you may choose to repeat EFAS or proceed with CT scans. If the patient is unstable with traumatic mechanism of injury and positive EFAS, proceed with laparotomy. Also, if the patient with traumatic mechanism of injury and you have your positive pulmonary findings, you proceed with the insertion of your chest tube. So POCUS as a diagnostic modality and as such should also be subjected to quality assurance, similar to any other diagnostic modality in the hospital. A system should be in place to assess the quality of both the individual sonographer and the interpretation of these images. Some authors suggest that any image used for clinical decision-making are stored, ideally on a patient archiving system. A minimum data set should be suggested and maintained. Individual sonographers can perform case reviews on a regular basis to ensure standards are kept. This could be done in the form of your monthly audit or case presentations. During the time of the pandemic, the American College of Emergency Physicians has enumerated different steps or best practices to prevent patient-to-patient COVID-19 transmission, as well as patient-to-healthcare worker transmission of the coronavirus. So some of these practices are enumerated on the screen. First is that you place a dedicated ultrasound machine in the COVID-19 examination area of your intensive care unit or your emergency department. Use disposable single-use gel packets rather than your gel bottle. Wear standard PPEs when performing ultrasound and wear gloves when moving the machine from patient to patient. You should also strip away all leads, gel bottles, or extra buckets, straps from your machines to prevent contamination. You should also clean the whole machine, including the cables, the screen, legs, and the wheels. Cover the transducer with plastic sheet. Use a touchscreen device to minimize keyboard knob handle handling. You also wait for up to 3 minutes dry time whenever you are disinfecting the machine. It is also advisable that you use your machine in the battery mode, pre-charge at all times, and remove all cables. Also, if your ultrasound handle devices are available, this is preferred to the regular machines. In the future, ultrasound is becoming more prominent in use of trauma, for the use in trauma. Specifically in the identification of bone injuries. Also, it can also be used in vascular access, the confirmation of your airway management. It can be in the setting of your mass casualty incidents. You can use your ultrasound to triage patients. And in some advanced countries, ultrasound is now being used in the pre-hospital setting. Yeah, I think that's my last slide. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santos. I'd like to first commend Dr. Santos for that lecture that was well presented. The slides were very good and the audio was very clear. Thank you, Dr. Santos. Now, a question from the floor is, we all know as surgeons, the use of FAST in trauma, okay? That's why it's FAST, okay? But can you think of any application wherein you can use it in the setting of the COVID-19 crisis?
Well, right now in the in the setting of the COVID-19, we use it to assess the severity of the COVID infection. No? Although hindi siya recommended talaga by all specialties, it will depend on the institutional protocols. But for us, we can use it to identify the presence of pneumonia and to classify if whether the DOB is pulmonary or cardiac in origin. So you can use it to triage patients at the onset of presentation.
All right, thanks, Doc. That's very informative. And I just have one last question. Now, as Chief of Clinics of one of the LGUs here in Metro Manila, I already followed the advice that you set there, where we placed a separate ultrasound, a dedicated ultrasound at the emergency room, just for the use specifically of COVID-19 patients. Now, my question is, do we have to put a dedicated space or room in the ER, or can we just put the ultrasound machine there and use it bedside? Is there any recommendation with regards to this, Doc?
Like I said, ideally, if you're going to use it for a different patient, you should disinfect it before using it with another patient. The easiest way to do that is if you apply like a plastic sheet covering, so you can just replace that every time you transfer or every time you use the machine from one patient to the next. And you should also read the instruction manual of your machine. What is the suggested time or wet to dry time of using the appropriate disinfectant as well.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Santos. I think with that, I'd like to thank Dr. Santos for that very informative lecture, and we hope to have you again in one of our future conventions. Thank you very much, Dr. Santos.
You.
Now, we move on to our last, but definitely not the least speaker. He's a fellow Tomasian, an FB friend, a noted professor at the University of Santo Tomas Faculty of Medicine, one of the most acclaimed pulmonologists in the country today. He had his IM residency training at the UST Hospital and had his fellowship training at the University of California, San Diego. A fellow of the PCP, the PCCP, and the Philippine Society of Sleep Medicine. Here to give a lecture on a very interesting topic on how to disclose a bad outcome. Can I present to you Dr. Patrick Gerald Moral?
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that introduction. It's a good thing that I think I was kind to you also as a professor, so I got the same thing with you in return. All right, so just give me a second to start my presentation. So thank you very much, and I'd like to express my deepest thanks to the International College of Surgeons, the Philippine chapter for inviting me. Thank you to Dr. Kalimag for having me this morning. I think one of the topics that I will present at the end of the day is something that's quite difficult and something we've been doing a lot during this pandemic, and it's basically disclosing bad outcomes. I think that's one of the hardest things to do, and we'll show you the different scenarios where that may be difficult, and we'll try to do that in the next 25 minutes or so. I do hope my slides are clear enough for you to see, and we'll start. So as part of my disclosure, I have nothing bad to disclose, and I have no conflicts of interest for this discussion. All right, let me just use a jump-off case that should be easy for us to look at in order for us to understand the differences in terms of the bad outcomes that we can talk about. So we have a 55-year-old male who consults because of a normal chest radiograph. This patient was then referred to another physician who did a chest CT scan, and they did see here the presence of a mass, all right? So what was planned was a bronchoscopy was planned, and the patient was reassured that this procedure would be simple enough. However, what happened was, during the procedure, the patient developed uncontrollable bleeding and became hypoxic for around 30 minutes. And the patient eventually became GCS3 post-procedure and remained intubated. The cytology reveals squamous cell carcinoma. So you have here several bad outcomes. One bad outcome is the presence of the finding on the chest radiograph and the chest CT scan. The other bad outcome is having a complication that should occur in less than 1% of procedures in terms of bronchoscopy. And the other one was a potential complication of the procedure, but does not happen often, but it did. for this patient, and that was the last bad outcome. But probably there's another bad outcome in that the cytology itself revealed that the patient has squamous cell carcinoma. So you actually have 4 bad outcomes here, and that's where we may have to differentiate. So if you see this image of this person crying, this does not only represent that of the patient and his family. This may actually represent the physician and the people or the staff in the hospital who were presented with bad outcome as well. So there are 2 problems that we will have to try and tackle. All right, so this is basically the prognosis for most diseases. We have patients who may experience sudden decline in health or sudden death, those who may may be involved in accidents, and those may have something intraoperatively that may be different. Those have terminal illnesses where, again, it's a plateau and there's a sudden drop in terms of the illness itself. It may also be in terms of patients like this who have organ failure and frailty, especially among older patients where the decline is more or less expected. So I think the challenge here will be how do we disclose these things? So if we look at this 2x2 table here in terms of how we handle bad outcomes, there are outcomes that are expected and there are outcomes that are unexpected. And we can classify them as either mild or moderate to severe. The mild and expected bad outcomes may not be so much of an issue. So I colored it as green. However, those that are unexpected, even if mild, may still be a little challenging to explain, but may not be as difficult because these are mild and may not require any intervention. However, those that are moderate to severe, even if they are expected, are a little more difficult to explain. But what we want to avoid, and probably the hardest one we'll focus on, are the moderate to severe and unexpected bad outcomes. Now, the more difficult part is that if these unexpected outcomes were the consequences of error, and that becomes a totally different discussion altogether. And that's usually a half-day seminar, which I don't plan to tackle today. So if we're talking about this patient, we're talking about the informed consent, bronchoscopy, and disclosure. When should we have planned for the disclosure? Should it have been before the results of the histopath came out? Or should we have done it before the bronchoscopy itself, identifying the possible complications no matter how trivial but frequent, or no matter how severe, however rare? And of course, should we have planned it really much earlier? That means before even asking for the informed consent, because we already knew the condition of the patient, should we have planned for all eventual outcomes? May be difficult, but that actually may be the best strategy. So there's actually something that has been suggested by that was published in earliest 2012 in the West Virginia Medical Journal. And they explain that disclosure should be A, B, C, D, E. That means there should always be advanced preparation. That I'm sure you do that as surgeons and anesthesiologists before procedures. There is a preparation of how things are going to be disclosed. And this is one thing that's important. You have to make sure that you really get to see the patient. And if ever it's really an Asian patient, usually there has to be a family rapport that has to be established as well. So a therapeutic environment has to be built in order for the disclosure to be not problematic. We have to communicate well, and I'll spend around 3 slides on communication. You have to deal with the patient as well as the family reactions. And of course, at the end of the day, we have to encourage them to express what their concerns are so we really know where we are and validate their emotions. So this is the A, B, C, D, E. I'll show you a lot of acronyms. So in terms of disclosure, who should disclose? That means know your place. So ideally, disclosure is done by the attending physician because this is the one most likely with the greatest rapport with the family and actually consolidates all the information that's available. However, let's say it's about the procedure after the bronchoscopy. Should it now be the consultant who provides additional information? Or can this now be delegated by the attending physician to the bronchoscopist since he was the one who did the procedure? So we can have 3 physicians here, or should it be the entire team? And formulating that, especially within a hospital setting, is important, especially when you now have specific guidelines in place. Now, this may be interesting. I'd like to point out this old document in 1994 from the Philippine Cancer Control Program in asking how to break bad news. It's an old document. And it says here, who should disclose? This is what you should possess. Emotionally mature and stable, capable of giving empathy, reassuring, intellectually mature, show emotional sensitiveness, technologically knowledgeable, and capable of imparting information in a simple way as possible. A lot of requirements for a person to be able to disclose it. So these are skills that actually have to be developed as early on from med school and early training. Now, if you look at here, in the Philippine setting, it may be advantageous to reveal the information first to the family so they can help in the initial preparation. This goes against the Western belief that we actually talk about in the disclosure of any information, which is why in the advanced preparation, you have to ask the patient, whom do you want to be involved in any disclosure of information? All right, so it's said here that our strategy must be based on what a patient wants to know, and basically not what a patient's family wants to know. But remember, this is based on Western data. So in general, it is best to identify what a patient wants to know and what the patient's family wants to know in the Asian setting. Now, we've talked about communication, and we have to make sure that communication is effective. And how do we make sure that that works? We ensure that it's an interaction rather than simply transmitting information without giving opportunities for questions or discussion. It reduces unnecessary uncertainty. One of the things we will always have to emphasize in medicine that it is, if there's anything certain in medicine, it is uncertainty. And we have to try to reduce that as much as possible. We cannot obliterate or remove it, but we have to reduce it. We have to require planning and thinking in terms of outcomes. You have to demonstrate dynamism. That means it really has to be an exchange of information, because sometimes they don't ask. And Filipinos have been shown by 40% of the studies not to ask questions. So we should encourage them to bring out from their mind what their thoughts and concerns are. And we follow a helical model. That means we start off with very general discussions and proceed to more specific questions as we discuss. Now, very important is also that verbal is the lowest part, around 7% of the discussion with patients. The nonverbal and paraverbal are more important, with the nonverbal constituting around 38% and paraverbal actually, nonverbal is higher, around 70%, and the paraverbal is around 70+%. That means how you speak in terms of your tone, your pitch, and pacing should have the appropriate reflection of how you're feeling. You cannot say, I am mad, I am sad, I am happy, with the exact same tone. The nonverbal will be things that discourage a patient from asking and in discussing. So you have to be as open as possible to these individuals. So these are quite interesting in terms of nonverbal communication. Do take a look if these are things that are present when you disclose this, the way of talking, your posture, how you appear. Generally wear a gown if you're going to present to a patient some bad outcomes, because it conveys some professionalism. The head movements like nodding to show that you understand, hand movements to encourage, don't block them in the discussions, eye movements, facial expressions too. So if you're mentioning something sad, make sure that the facial expression is appropriate to that discussion. Body contact. Now we don't do shaking of hands anymore. So maybe the bowing to acknowledge. Now the closeness, if you approach a patient and they move back, that means you're invading their personal space. So these are things that you have to observe as you're trying to disclose the bad information. Now, you have basically 6 roles that you have to do when you disclose bad news. One is you never disclose when a patient is all alone. Because after you disclose this and you have to leave the patient has to have some form of support. That's why you have to ask the patient beforehand, when we disclose information or findings, how would you like us to arrange it? Who would you like to be with? And sometimes I will just delegate this to another person. Sa anak ko na lang po, to my child who happens to be a doctor. If they do that, tell them also the disadvantages of delegating the receiving of information to someone, because it may not be understood and it is transmitted back to them. Achieve a common perception of the problem. The patients are usually concerned about symptoms or concerned about the disease that you diagnosed recently. So make sure there's a commonality. Give information that is tailored to what the patient needs immediately there and then. If there's immediate discomfort like pain, the hardest thing is to receive bad outcomes or information when the patient does not feel good. And of course, that's a time you deliver the bad news to the patient and or the family of the patient. All right, so this is actually used in oncology, and they use spikes. That means when you do the disclosure, this is what should happen. You should set up the interview, how this is to be done, assess the patient's perception, how do you think it is going, or what do you think is the current problem, obtain the patient's invitation. That means usually patients will tell us, doctor, please tell me, and that's an invitation. Then give knowledge and information to the patient and make sure, of course, that this will elicit a response. No, whether it is a response that you do not expect or you expect, you have to address the emotions and give empathic responses. I'll give examples of the statements you can use. And of course, at the end, you strategize and summarize. All right, so there are basically 4 steps for empathic response. That means you observe for the emotion that you see on the part of the patient, you identify the emotion expressed by the patient, identify the reason, and then make sure that the patient feels that you have connected with them with the discussion. Okay, so these are examples of statements to show that you have empathy. I can see how upsetting this is to you. I can tell you weren't expecting this. I'm sorry to have to tell you this. This is very difficult for me also. So those are empathic. Exploratory allows you now to reach out and see how they are really feeling. How do you mean? Tell me more about it. You said it frightened you, so it allows them to elaborate. Could you tell me what worried you? And lastly, validating. Validating is always important so that the patients understand that you understand them. I can understand how you felt that way. I guess anyone might have the same reaction. It appears that you've thought things through very well. And many other patients have had similar experience. Just make sure that the statements you use are factual and not simply things that you are making for that specific situation. All right, so let's now go to the other part. So those are for the parts where we expect the outcomes and they may be bad. And this is a more difficult part. During the procedure when the patient bled and the patient is now GCS3, which they did not expect at all. Maybe the squamous cell they expected, but how do we handle this? And these are basically scenarios where the outcomes are unanticipated. And this comes from a very nice guideline. How do you use this? The problem is our guidelines in the US will be different from us. The US has sorry coalitions, where it tells you how to say sorry to patients. They have apology laws in specific states that protect you when you apologize, that these are not used in cases against you. So we do not have any laws like that. Although fortunately, the Philippines uses US jurisprudence when it comes out with guidelines. So how do we make use of that? What are unanticipated outcomes? When they differ from what you expected, okay, that's obvious. Medical errors caused by deviations in the standard of care. And this is the challenging thing. When you deviate from the standard of care and then something happens, then it's maybe considered an error. But remember, an error is basically, or negligence is for the courts to decide and not for a doctor to judge, even with fellow doctors. Now, patient harm that results from medical mismanagement or system failures. And this was discussed earlier about having a checklist from engineering. So the last two may be the things we'd like to identify. Now, we have to understand what matters most to the patients. It's basically that they want all harmful errors to be disclosed. You take note of the qualifier, harmful errors. So if there are errors that may not have caused harm, any expenses, then they may not exactly need to be disclosed anymore. But however, harmful errors are things patients want to be disclosed. An explanation of why the error occurred and how the error's effect will be minimized. And what the physician will take in order to prevent this thing from happening again, in terms of if it's a system error. Then if you notice on the graph on the right side of your screen, it says that most doctors will do partial disclosure. That means mentioning the adverse events, but not necessarily an error. 42% in the US now, this is 2006 data, will disclose full disclosure, while the 3% will have no disclosure. Obviously, the 3% will be the ones that are prone to lawsuits. It's encouraged that actually errors, when they happen, are disclosed as soon as they occurred. But what should we do and how should we handle that? So why do we need to disclose these outcomes? Because, this can actually harm our patients. So which unanticipated outcomes should we disclose? Those that are considered reportable if there are specific requirements. Those that require a change in the patient's treatment plan, you will have to divert from your original treatment plan and you will have to change it. So that has to be explained why you're diverting from that. Therefore, it has to be disclosed. And anything that an individual would reasonably want to know about. An example would be, let's say you're doing a surgery with potential, there might be loss of the sense of smell. And you did not mention this, but the patient is a chef, where it becomes very important in the sense of smell. Therefore, these outcomes ideally have had to be identified. If they were not, and this happened, this has to be discussed as an outcome that was unanticipated, which actually should have been in the first place. So how do we prepare for the disclosure? We do it this way. Ideally, if there's a hospital risk management service in your hospital, contact it. If this is not available, tell it to your administration, who can now talk with the hospital's legal team too, especially if you work within the purview of a hospital. Gather information about the event from all the members, so you have a reporting, and then of course you talk about selecting an optimal time for the disclosure conversation. Sometimes we do it curbside, and the curbside is very difficult because it makes it more uncomfortable, and patients and their families don't have the time to understand, especially if it's done in a very informal atmosphere. Determine who need to be present, especially in terms of the clinicians and the staff who need to be there. And in terms of the family, to determine who needs to be present during that particular time. Now, what's important is before you do a family meeting too, you have what we call a medical junta, or a medical meeting, where it's a multidisciplinary meeting where the disclosure team, needs to be informed in order to have a unified presence. In order to understand, this is not really planning, no? Planning something that is wrong, but this is understanding how the events transpired in order for you to have a same understanding of the events and the interventions that were done. Identify who will lead the conversation. Usually it's the attending, but they may also give this to the physician with the greatest rapport with the family. And then prior to the meeting, make sure that an agenda is set on what are to be discussed and the topic, so it does not digress into other topics during the discussion. Select a quiet and comfortable location. And during this, as much as possible, they say, during actual disclosure, you have to make sure that you're empathetic, as we mentioned earlier. Take note of your body language and communication skills. No, shifty eyes are signs of, let's say, guilt. No, and then inability to maintain eye contact is another one. So try to maintain eye contact with the people you're talking to, especially the family members and the patient, and to make sure that everyone is more relaxed. Don't discuss while standing. Allow it to be done in a seated position and avoid these distractions. No? So during these times, because these are very serious discussions, do not allow yourself to be distracted by texts, calls, or any interruptions. That's why it has to be done in a specific room. And then it has been recommended that instead of using we, it is now assuming responsibility if you are the main attending or the main attending of the case to say I and speak slowly in terms that the patient and the family will understand. Now, in terms of the communicating the facts have to be clear. So that's why you have to have the meeting. That means the nature of the event, the time and place and the circumstances, the cause, what were the consequences, and what are the actions that actually now need to be taken because of these consequences. And then how does it affect the management of the patient's ongoing care and implications for long or short-term prognosis. Obviously, this deals with the patient who has had a bad outcome that has not resulted in death, all right? Now, the third part is they say, if you can, offer an apology for the occurrence of the event. Okay, this is where I tell you where we differ from how the legal experts will recommend it. Ethically, we say that an apology is going to be accepted. The legal experts may not want you to apologize. In the US, you can apologize and it can be protected by law, depending on states. Here in the Philippines, we do not have something for that. Acknowledge the emotions and explain what you plan to do now. And sometimes, we get cerebral constipation. Allow to yourself to pause periodically, to stop every so often for discussions. And always avoid absolute statements. And these are the things that get us into trouble. Ay, sure yan, 100%. Walang problem yan. Huwag nyo nang problemahin yan. Kami nang bahala. Remember that if you make commitments that are impossible for you to actually achieve, and something happens when you've assured a patient 100% that nothing will go wrong, then you've actually painted yourself into a corner. So avoid any absolute statements in any discussions, even in the disclosure of bad outcomes. Now, offer to help if there's anything they need, whether it's counseling, the provision of pastoral care, or anyone who can give them support, because this may also soften the blow of a bad outcome. Provide assurance that if information becomes available, it will be made available as soon as possible. And identify a contact person who will be responsible not only for the patient and for the family, but for the team in order to standardize the methods of communication. And there always has to be closure in life. So always establish a date and time where follow-ups will be done in order for this to be assured that they have continuing communication with the physician regarding the status of the patient. All right. At the end of the day, what is not written did not happen. So disclosure documentation has to be done as well. That means the time, date, and place when the discussions occurred and what information was communicated. The names of those who were present is also important, and how things were understood by the family. Any questions they asked or wanted to be clarified should be listed down. So it allows you also to be able to prepare for answers for that and look for the answers that they are looking for. You should also document what the next steps that have been agreed upon have been put in, and annotation based on the information available at the time of conversation. So this talks about information that is currently available. It can be updated as more information goes on. All right? So last part, we always talk about, I think all the lectures I've attended and most of the sessions, we just talk about disclosure of the bad outcomes to the patient and their family. We fail to forget there's usually a second victim. And this is the second victim phenomenon. And bad outcomes have an impact not only on the patients and the family, but on the physicians and the staff who were involved and the healthcare workers and their personal lives. And this has a consequence because it will have a future effect on patient safety as well as the hospital culture. So this is an interesting report from the British Medical Journal, Quality of Safety of Healthcare. This talks about, in 2009, talks about 3 stages of recovery for the second victims. That means for stage 1 to 3, there's chaos and the accident response. Stage 2 is where you have the reflections that become intrusive. You think about it and think about it. Stage 3 is where you're trying to restore your personal integrity. Now, stage 4 is now when you're now trying to investigate what had happened. You endure that process. And stage 5 is you try to obtain emotional first aid. You discuss with someone who can help you out with this one. Now, stage 6 can come in 3 different parts. That means there's someone who drops out, just stops. There will be those who will survive and those who will still thrive after this, who will learn and become better. Now, the problem is we have people who are in stage 6 of dropping out and surviving. So this has to be handled. So hopefully, I've not seen this actually in our local setting. I'm not sure whether any hospital offers this, that there should be second victim support. That means to establish a culture of safety that encourages transparency, respect, and honesty, and make sure that the policies per se are not punitive. They are more meant to improve the system rather than punish people who have been involved in bad outcomes. Of course, if there's a repeated that have been revealed already in audits, then there has to be remedial measures. But the policies per se should not be punitive or based on sanctions. They have to survey the healthcare providers and staff in terms of how best to support individuals involved in things like this. And the hospitals ideally, and even society, should form written policies and procedures that can be recommended to institutions or organizations. We have to do education after this. We have to educate now hospital leaders, admin, providers, and staff about how these things are done. There has to be a program that supports the providers. And of course, at the end of the day, we have to establish confidentiality standards also of information that has been shared. All right. So I think I'm down to my last 2 slides. I plan to keep this short because it's like disclosure. It has to be concise and clear. How do we disclose? Prepare yourself that you will feel badly. When you disclose something bad to anyone, give bad news in general, you feel bad as well. Set the context by which you're disclosing this, and you have to make sure that disclosure is clear and unequivocal. Stop to allow emotions to set in and allow people to understand, and then ask for questions. Never destroy hope, but do not give false hope. That means you have to manage expectations, express support, and make a plan. So since this was the ICS, I made an acronym for you. As surgeons, how do you disclose bad outcomes? First is strategize, understand perspectives from both the team and that of the patient and their family. Review what they know, review what you know to present it, review what the family knows in order to address it, and then generate an issue list of their concerns. Manage your expectations and offer hope. Hope that is realistic in terms of what can be done to improve the outcome. However, aside from hope, we never assure certainty. And at the end, we have to summarize and hopefully synthesize what we have learned in order to improve our own practices. All right, so with that, I do hope I gave you something new this afternoon for disclosing bad news. And I hope it's something that can improve our practices in the Philippines. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moral, for that very personalized lecture. And I know it's very hard to come up with a lecture regarding disclosing bad outcome without tackling most of the subjects involved, but you did a very good job. Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, one question from the floor is that with regards to disclosure documentation, would you advise, or are you obligated, or is the relative obligated to have the official document to be signed that they fully understood what you explained?
Well, I guess this is more a legal question. When we do our documentation, there's a form for the hospital setting that is written down. We usually have all the attendees sign not really the document itself, but have an attendance sheet to say that these are the people who were present, and it's more of the presence rather than a confirmation of what was contained in the statement. Remember, this has to be prepared. So usually what happens after a meeting is there's a transcription. Now, if it's really a case probably with potential legal implications, I would suggest that this be forwarded to the administration so it can be reviewed by the legal panel before anything is signed and before anyone understands that. So that's why I think it may be better to have really just an attendance list of all the people, sign it there rather than signing the actual transcript of the documentation. But this is where I think you have to ask your own institution regarding this.
Thank you, Doc. Going back to that question, Doc, I think it's very clear that I think it's very advisable to have your the list of the attending physicians sign the documentation, disclosure documentation. But with regards to the relatives of the patient whom you explained it to,
We have
would
them
you
sign it too.
advise to have them sign it or
Yes.
Not at all?
We have them sign it because it's an attendance list. That means it's understood that you were there, you listened to this conversation, and this was what we had. So I do think it is best to have them there too, because this is basically a family meeting, and that should be documented.
All right. Thank you very much, IDS Med. As we have said countless of times, the pharmaceutical industry is very much a part of each and every convention of the ICS, and we give them due importance. Maraming salamat on behalf of the ICS Executive Council. Now, at this point, without further ado, I'd like to call on the overall chair of the convention and the chairman of the Membership and Accreditation Committee, Dr. Lauro San Jose, for the introduction. Can I also ask our inductees to turn on their videos for the induction?
Okay, good afternoon. May I request that all the candidates be shown on screen? Okay. Mr. President, as chairman of the Committee on Membership and Credentials, it is my honor to present to you the initiates for the year 2020. They are the following: 4 general surgeons and 1 neurosurgeon. Dr. Albino Jacinto, General Surgery. Dr. Robel Ann Peralta, General Surgery. Dr. Plaridel Cespeñe, General Surgery. Dr. Francis Jennifer Toncos, General Surgery. And Dr. Raul Palma, Neurosurgery. They have fulfilled all the requirements for fellowship, and may I now petition that you confer upon them the title Fellow of the International College of Surgeons, Philippine Section.
By virtue of the powers vested upon me by the Constitution and bylaws of the International College of Surgeons, I hereby confer upon you the title Fellow of the International College of Surgeons, Philippine Section, with all the rights, privileges, duties, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. As a condition of fellowship in the International College of Surgeons,
The International College of Surgeons,
I hereby solemnly pledge myself
I hereby solemnly
I hereby solemnly pledge myself
myself
to abide by the principles laid down
to abide by the principles laid down
for the guidance and to conform
for the guidance and to conform
the Constitution,
Constitution,
bylaws, and
bylaws,
regulations.
and
regulations. I pledge myself
I pledge myself
to support and maintain the dignity of my profession,
to support and maintain the dignity of my profession,
and confer all circumstances under all circumstances, all circumstances, to conduct myself to the highest ethical principles,
the highest
ethical principles in dealing with my patients,
dealing with my patients,
in dealing with my patients, and giving with my patients and giving freely my services to the needy, to be scrupulous in my relations with my professional colleagues, and loyal to my fellow members. And to consider my personal life as part of my contribution, allowing nothing to encroach upon it, that might reflect, discredit upon either the college, my person, and my profession.
allowing nothing
By unwarranted publicity, I pledge to myself,
allowing nothing
I pledge to myself
to encroach upon it,
to avoid every form of dishonest gain, either monetary or by unwarranted publicity, or in any other manner, as unethical in practice and theory. I shall abide by the judgment, rulings, and opinions.
I shall abide by judgments.
I pledge myself, moreover, to do all in my power to promote and sustain the ideas, objectives, and activities of the college. All this I solemnly pledge and will perform to the best of my ability at all times. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arenas, and welcome to the new fellows of the International College of Surgeons Philippine Section. To formally close our 71st ICSPS Annual Convention, we have our President-elect, Dr. Prudencio Santa Lucia Jr.
Thank you for attending our 71st Annual Convention, the first virtual Annual Convention of the International College of Surgeons Philippine Sections. We also thank our attendees. We have reached a big number of attendance for this year's convention. To our speakers for the very informative and timely topic for this pandemic. We also would like to thank the chairperson of the scientific committee, Dr. Minerva Kaliman, and to our organizing committee chair, Dr. Lauro San Jose. And we welcome our new inductees and also our sponsors. We would like to thank you for helping us out in this convention. Without your support, this convention would not be possible. To the Executive Council and officers of the International College of Surgeons Philippine Section, headed by our President, Dr. Carlito Arenas. We look forward to see you again in the next convention, possibly during our mid-year convention. God bless.
Right. It truly has been an enriching afternoon filled with learnings and exchange of ideas, a meeting of the minds, which is the true nature of our convention anyway. Despite the challenges that we face today, we hope to have served as an inspiration on how to conduct a live online convention. Just like in life, we accepted the challenges and approached it head on. This is Dr. Patrick Cruz. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Mabuhay ang ICS. Maligayang Pasko. And see you all in Baguio City. Thank you.